Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome. Long time no see.
Hello. Before anybody points it out, yes, I know that I only have one eyebrow now. My good luck eyebrows from today. I have this one I've still got a little bit on this one. I've still got this one on.
I call it your permanently inquisitive look. Just always interested in something. What's going on?
Eyebrows. Yeah.
What's happening?
Well, this is the only one that's kind of left, but that's okay. And also, it's a good thing I did my good luck eyebrows this morning because there are so many clips of me that people were doing like screen recordings of or whatever that went viral of the verdict being read. And I'm like, oh, nobody's going to be seeing that because they're going to be looking at my eyebrows. No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh, man. Hello, Sarah Moore.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. I'm biased, but I like it too. You know what? Speaking of Carmen, she's like, what? What did I do? You didn't do anything. What you did was, hey! Look at this. Top 3. Number 1, 80s Music Man, grab yourself your throne. I think this is about 15 times now. I'm going to have to find an off time for you, but I don't think you have an off time, just like me. Just saying. I don't think you sleep, and I'm quite concerned. For your health, not mine. I don't care about myself. I give other people advice. And then Marilyn, thank you for being number 2. You get your lab. Well, I mean, I guess, Kathy said vibrating lab seat. So you get your vibrating lab seat. And Carmen, that's why I said speaking of Carmen, you get your lovely, lovely love sack, baby love sack.
Yeah.
Complete with a complimentary plastic cover. And so thank you so much for being here in the tailgate. Boy, oh boy, the jury box is getting big and the tailgate's getting wild.
I know.
But of course, I think the big news. Terry just gifted a membership. Terry, thank you so much. Appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. And it looks like KC Star got that membership. Hooray! That's what she just said.
Yay!
See, not making it up. But the big news right now is that. Ta-da!
Oh, gosh.
Travis Rudolph, not guilty. All 4 counts. We were definitely psyched about that today. We think the jury went the right way, despite being yelled at by the prosecution the day before, because that works.
Yeah.
I sent Brandi a message. What are you saying?
I was going to say, speaking of the prosecution, y'all should check out my Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. How about I just bring it up?
Yeah.
Do that.
I waited until it was over to tweet this just in case, but
you did.
But
look at this. See? They're friends. I think she got some of them tattoo eyebrows.
And that's Francine's spouse. So I
that was nice of you.
Didn't want to throw her under the bus.
Look at that. And then of course they're commenting on their own stuff, right?
Yeah, Francine was like, love you, Em. Thank you for loving my baby. Great to see you looking smoking hot. And then Emily said, trying to get on your level with a bunch of farts. Aren't they just the besties?
Carmen, thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate that. a whole bunch. Angie, you're correct. Super inappropriate.
Super inappropriate. But you know what? I knew something was up when they were like trying to say that this investigation wasn't BS, and I was like, something in the milk ain't clean. So, when I was doing my deep dive the other day, I found that, and I mentioned that they were Facebook friends, but I didn't want to post this until everything was over. But
well, and I remember, I was in and out for the closing arguments because, of course, I was, and I remember sending you a message like, if you get to the point in which you're yelling at people, no matter what your point is, you've lost everybody. You've lost everybody. As an actor, you even know you don't go straight to angry because you can't go anywhere else. So it truly, as soon as they got to that point, almost pretty quickly, I was like, they know they don't have a case, and they're just trying to distract from the fact that they don't. So
yeah, and the woman who I was talking to that was inside. Thank you, Fur Baby's mom. Thank you.
Muchos gracias.
So kind. The woman that I was talking to in there said that, that courtroom is tiny. And she was like, with them yelling like that, she was like, she had to walk out during Bobblehead's part, the second part. She had to walk out during his because she said it was just too much. She's like, it was giving her such anxiety with him screaming in that, in that little bitty room. So,
yeah. I also wanted to go ahead and put this up real quick. I got this message from Jennifer P, and it just made my day. It just made my day. And so this is going to be the cutest photo ever of our merch, I think. And it's Reed, the goofy Great Dane, in his angry shirt, angry hoodie. So Reed's in his angry hoodie, and
so cute.
He's adorable, absolutely adorable. I sent her a message. I said I really have always wanted a Great Dane, and then named him Tiny. And I just think that would be just the best thing in the world, and just my kind of sense of humor. So
yes. Oh, speaking of merch,
yes,
I don't remember who it was, and I tried to look through my emails, but I have my 2 different emails, and I have my Twitter, and I have all these things. And I was trying to find it, but I could not find it. Somebody asked me if we could do the Angry Hoodie merch on a sweatshirt because she didn't like the stuff around her neck. And I don't remember who asked me, but it's up there now. I put it up there today, but I could not remember who asked me for it.
So this would be it, right? Is this it?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. There's 2 of them. There's one that was a crop top hoodie. I mean, a crop top hoodie. And then there's one that was the sweatshirt. So
that's the crop top.
Yeah, that's the crop top.
That is what you're going to see me in.
I believe that.
And then of course we've got the bear up now.
Yes.
I'm so excited. The bear is up. And so I said that if you get the bear and you take a picture and you send the picture to us in whatever form or function, we'll figure out something that we can do to send something to you. So if you go and get the bear and you take a picture, that's what we'll do. So we'll just pick randomly, and that'll be a lot of fun. So go tell your friends, buy a bear. Okay, this isn't a telethon, so it's not a telethon. But Polly had a good idea in terms of the bear, and I had Snuggles, and I still do. He's just not there. The storm took his place. I'm not quite sure if that's a trade up or down, but
it's a sign you're growing up,
right? We said I'm just right. If that's growing up, I don't wanna at all. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Yes. Oh my gosh, Build-A-Bear? Yes. Good grief. Yes, my children, they have Build-A-Bears out the wazoo. Unnecessarily so. Does the white design one come as a regular hoodie? Yeah. So the regular one that we showed before the crop is a regular hoodie, and there's a bunch of colors for that regular sweatshirt. I saw reds and greens and blues and white and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I've got kids, so I usually don't buy anything that's white. So
Yeah.
my dog would still there. Look, there he is.
Oh.
When did you add the teddy bear? Today.
I worked on all that
today.
after the verdict reading. I worked on all that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. There's like 6 angry hoodies up. Awesome.
Yeah.
I told Polly and Brandi and Cajun and stuff in our little conversation about merch. I was like, we're gonna have the best merch site ever with like current stuff, and it's gonna be awesome. So, yes.
Yes.
Oh, hey. Hi, Ashley. How you doing?
Hi. Oh, and I've added stickers. I'll do a couple for the for this trial, but I added stickers too. So I was like, it'll be fun, like for those of you who have gone through different trials with us, if like you want to order a sticker for the different trials and put them on like laptop or notebook or anything like that, like just to kind of, I'm gonna do that, but I thought it'd be kind of fun just for the as a little memento or moment. Why can't I think of that word?
A memento.
Yeah.
A memento. I think this is really cool. Mrs. Woolover, teddy bear collector since she was 13, collects Steiff. She has a few of them that are almost 50 years old. I think that's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
My Snuggles is getting there. He's almost 36. Almost 36. Carmen needs a sticker that says, I didn't come here to read, or I'm not going to speak on that, so don't ask.
Okay.
Doggy gear. I think we do have something for dogs. Don't we already up?
We had
we did.
Eat, sleep, bark, yada, yada, yada. So we got to get some more of the stuff up there. I have not had a lot of extra time. And Polly Prissy Pants has done an amazing job of getting some designs that like the angry hoodie designs and stuff like that. That was all her, which was a little bit easier for me because then all I had to do was like hit like click and make it go live, and that was it, and it made my life so much easier. But without her, I am lost in this world, and I have been slacking, and I'm sorry. We will do better on merch. It's just been crazy the last couple of weeks. What was the two that you just said? I was making a note. That
I said?
I
didn't come here to read. I didn't come here to read, and then also I'm not going to speak on that, so don't ask. For sure. Oh, dog gear is definitely wished for. Candace, your daughter comes to the day stream. Tell her thank you. Muchas gracias. Polly said she's already got them down.
Oh, see, what I tell y'all, I'm lost without them.
She's got a notebook full of ideas.
Okay, good, because the way my brain works, I can write it down now, and I'll get to it on Wednesday.
For those of you who don't know, we were 30 seconds late, and that's not 30 seconds late. I don't know how late we were. We weren't really late. And it's not because of Brandi. I just wanted to segue because segues are weird. We were actually here on time. But there was a wedding right outside of Brandi's place.
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, did you scream out the window? Did you say run?
Yeah. Yeah. And so now I'm not invited to the open bar, but that's one cool thing about living right here though, is like, I'll get to see like, weddings and stuff happening out there. And, like, people come to that. Lord help me, every single night in the spring and summer, there are at least 3 families that go out there to do their photo shoots, and everybody is either wearing white and khaki or like black and khaki or different shades of like turquoise and coral. And so every night I'll see it's like, oh, there's some black and khaki, there's some white and khaki, there's some coral and turquoise, and it's all, and they go out there and spread themselves on the beach and do their beach photos every single night at sunset, every single night.
Well, it's just because you have a pretty place. You know, I also do wedding photography on the side, and I'd take people's photos there too.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I've got multiple things that I do, as everybody knows.
It gives me comfort. It's like, I know that if nothing else in the world is going right, I know that there will be people, there will be happy families on the beach every night at sunset in their uniforms. I love it.
Carlene wants to know about the angry hoodie. What does it refer to?
So in the Travis Rudolph trial, it's really random, and we all thought it was the strangest thing. But when which one had this hoodie up? Chris?
I don't know.
Or was it Chris or Keyshawn? I don't know. Everything's running together now. Somebody will know and they'll say it. And but he had his hoodie up when you could see in the ring camera when they went up there to chat at midnight, armed. Keyshawn. See, I knew that they would know.
Our folks keep us honest.
I know, they're on it, doggone it.
And they do it nicely. That's the best part.
In the ring video, he had his hoodie up, and so there were people that were saying that he puts his hoodie up when he gets angry, and so we're like, is it angry hoodie? Like, you know, so then it became a thing. So every time we would get mad, we would all go get our angry hoodies. Yeah, someone just got a whole husband, y'all.
They got a whole husband. Queen Olive, I don't bungee jump. I'm not very good at crocheting. Believe me, I've got plenty more things that I don't do. Not at all. Oh, man. Yes, hello to everybody who's recently come in. All right, so if you were with us on Monday, we had a quick ending. I ended up not feeling great, and so we hit the end button, and thank goodness for our mods, because they kind of explained a little bit to y'all, and you were full of grace for me, and I appreciate that. But now we're back full force, and we had started, and Brandi, I know you're going to get going here in a second, but we started Jodi Arias's interrogation video because, well, the quite honest truth is that we just got impatient, and I was pretty sure they're not going to show the whole thing anyways, and so we were like, well, let's just start watching it. And so, you know, I've got this lovely playlist here of a good chunk of videos that are separated in pieces. And boy, we got 28 minutes through the first one. 28 minutes through the first one. Gail wants to know where the whole husband term came from.
Because Dramanique was so upset because Travis was talking to other women, but she was married. And I had some anger issues during this trial. So when she was up there raising Cain about some BS about him talking to other women, I was like, she has a whole husband. She's a whole husband at home. There's a whole husband that lives there. And we are not, are we? Where are
no, we got a while, but
oh gosh,
but growth percentages, if it continues, it'll be quicker than we think.
I need to start practicing. I hadn't clogged since I was a little girl. Oh, dang. We're at 7,272 now.
Golden Misfit. I do not have enough RAM. I've used this multiple times today. I don't have enough RAM to think about that kind of a plan. And so the answer is certified no. We're holding on by our fingernails here. I'm just kidding. maybe the first digit, like the first section of our fingers. Oh goodness gracious! What is my day job? Well, it has to do a little bit with the photo that's your profile picture. I help run a therapy dog organization that does visits to the hospital for the staff and the patients, and the college that's nearby for the students. And so that's what I do during my day job, while also producing. Yes. Sometimes when needed. Yeah. When needed. MJ Lynn, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Nina Canadian just was awarded that, so grab your Kool-Aid with a C and an E. because copyright law, and then grab your juror chair. I know, I do too. I would
Isn't
still.
Isn't that so JT? Like, isn't it just like when you hear that, aren't you like, oh yeah, I nailed it? Like that's exactly what you like. If you were gonna like make up a thing for JT to do, like that would be the thing that you, other than a wig model, that would be the other thing.
Yeah, I really do like it. Now that being said, I would love to eventually focus on this. Hello, Brenda. Hi, thanks for coming. We appreciate you being here. But yeah, no matter how much I love that job and what I get to do there, and it's a fantastic thing, and I love making people's days. I really eventually would like to do this 100% of the time, and so we're getting there eventually at some point.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh man. Well, I don't want to keep you any later. I know you need to get some rest.
I gotta get some rest. I'm gonna start coming up with a plan for tomorrow. With our trial being over and the other one having been moved, I'm gonna look into some different things and see what we can get worked up. So I am going to
yes, I can. Yes, I can. You can't go anywhere yet.
I got one of them left. It was the best.
It was so good.
Oh my god. Is
right,
Lisa Gypsy in here?
Right. All right, here we go.
What happened? There we go.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I
oh yeah, you
like,
full screened it. I didn't know that. And I was like, it's not like permanent.
So I picked somebody. I picked Backwood.
Oh, you want it to be full screen? Oh, okay. All right, here we go.
The first application was fantastic. Is this how eyebrows?
All right, y'all. Moment of truth, y'all. I am 40 years old, and I'm about to have the first eyebrows that I've ever had.
We love you too.
Okay. What if I just left one on all day?
You ended up with one. It worked out.
I'm gonna look like which one was it that had like the unibrow? Was that Bert or Ernie?
It was Bert.
Lucy's looking at me like, what the heck are you doing?
I said that out loud today.
Hi, JT.
And I forgot that I had portaled in briefly.
Hi. Just doing my eyebrows.
There's Lucy. Lucy's right there just wondering, what the hell's going on?
Okay, let's see what we do next. Let's see. Look, I still got all these. Gently peel it away from the inner to the outer corner of your eye. All right, here we go, y'all. Not have eyebrows. Oh my god, this is the worst.
Or the best.
Look, it's too high for mine, so I've got like a 2-seater right here.
You look permanently excited. Well done.
Who needs Botox when you have this? Look, it's a little bit okay. So lesson learned on this one. See, it's like a 2-seater. It's a 2-seater. Look, did you see though? It was like it literally. I had the tail or whatever this part's called. Whatever, I don't know. I don't either. I don't do makeup and stuff. So like whatever the tail is or whatever, it was too loud or too high. I was too loud, but it was too high, and so it was like it looked like a 2-seater. Like had like a tail or like a hump or something. I don't know what it was, but
I think so too. Candace said, "Can you not talk when you portal since you're at work?" In short, mostly. It depends on if I'm in the office by myself or not. But for the most part, no. However, if I talked, I'd just ruin the whole pantomiming dancing. And, I mean, I always ruin it with my voice. So it's better if it's quiet.
Oh my gosh.
My sides
Yeah,
hurt.
Carmen
Mine
said,
did too.
Cracker Jack eyebrows. Yeah. And then and then she gifted 5 memberships after that. So I put on the comment, I was like, calm down. Calm down. She's throwing herself. Is Jennifer Pruitt in here? Yeah, she is. Look,
Yeah,
let me show you why I told her to calm down. She takes this thing by this, and she bites this, and she whips her head around. So she's basically playing catch with herself, and she just like hit my stuff over here. She's getting a little rowdy. So I said I thanked Lisa for. I put on the thing. I was like, thank you for gifting 2 eyebrows and 5 memberships, because it was right after I had done my eyebrows.
Instead of eyebrows, they could be finally written 13th Juror, so you wouldn't know until you got close to the brow. You're my
gosh.
lady. I love it. That's fantastic. Oh my gosh. No, we're not going to tat a teardrop. That sounds like a bad call. I've watched enough videos and documentaries.
Yes.
Yes.
I said, someone call that lady and tell her to come back. I have eyebrows now.
It was so good. It was so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys, I'm so glad you guys are hanging out with us tonight. We all need this. We need some chuckles. We need some laughs. I have a feeling we're going to get a chunk of them, not only because of this interrogation. I know they're talking about serious things, but because of the chat, because I can't wait to see what you all have to say about all this nonsense.
Oh, I know.
Because that's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. I think that's about it.
I'm going to be lurking. I'm going to jump off because I need to start. Calm down. Now she's throwing her bowl because I guess that wasn't getting my attention enough.
Look, at least bring her up here real fast.
Come here. Come here, bad dog.
Thanks, Indy. Thanks, Indy Cindy, for the super sticker. Yes, it was the super sticker Indy sent was behind the scenes. You right. There's a lot that happens behind the scenes. I wish I could tell you. Now she's bringing me her chicken. It's a chicken. I don't want the chicken. I was trying to get you. Anytime I think of chicken now, I just think of like a Moana with that chicken.
I think of Bubba the chicken.
Bubba. Well, there's Bubba the chicken too.
I mean, sure. Bubba getting the chicken. Come here. Bubba the dog getting the chicken.
We do need a knowledgeable child T-shirt. That's a great idea.
Oh my gosh, y'all! We'll have that by the end of the night. That one's
knowledgeable child T-shirt for both adults and children.
On it, doggone it, because that one won't take any time. We'll just do the font on that one, like the other font, because that'll be funny.
Frankie said, "I hope she loves her chicken."
She does. She does. She just brought it to me. So she likes to get this one. I don't think she can't squeak it because she's, her mouth ain't big enough, but she likes to bite this part, and then she carries it around like this, like on the wing. But
Polly said, "Do you want it in child font, maybe with a couple of backwards letters?"
Yeah. Do that. We'll have a couple. Sure. We'll have a couple different versions for y'all because that one's a great one. We'll do that too.
That would be really funny. Yes. All parents get matching ones for sure. That needs to happen.
Yes. 100%.
Oh my gosh.
You can have it back. I was just showing them. You can have it back. Sorry. All right, y'all. I am going to go start getting work. If y'all have any, I keep touching my eyebrows now because now I'm like self-conscious that I've only got one. I think I've rubbed the other one off now. If y'all have any trials coming up and stuff that you know about too, feel free to send them to us. I'm about to start looking at some different things, and the mods I know have been looking at some different things. So I am going to get on that. I'm going to be not hovering. What's it called? Lurking. Hovering. Hover. Lurking. not hovering. It's been a long day. But I love y'all so much, and I will see y'all tomorrow for some of you, or Friday for some of you.
Yeah.
All right, bye, y'all. Hovering.
Bye. Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know if I told you all this. And I can't remember, was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday when I ended up playing that brief tiny cover, just like the 20 seconds of cover of White and Nerdy by Weird Al. And that got the video, the WTF video, banned in all of Russia. Which I'm only slightly surprised at, but that made me laugh a lot. Like a lot. I don't always watch 13th Juror channel, but when I do, eyebrows. He is good. He's one of my favorites. I've seen him 3 times. I've met him once. He's a lovely human being, a great guy, and his band cleans up with the roadies, which I also really appreciate. That never happens, ever. So, is somebody concerned? Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so let's get into this. Obviously, we've got there's a chunk of this interrogation to go. So we're gonna hop right on in and just go video to video to video. And I don't know where we're gonna be at the end of it. We might all be absolutely exhausted by the end of it. However, that being said, we'll go as far as we can. If we get further, then we'll get into the trial. But yeah, so let's get going.
As well, and we've just remained friends sort of like on MySpace and Facebook and that kind of thing. But she said, hey, sorry, that's an outdated posting, I forgot to take it down, go to this website. So ldshousing.net, I went there. I made 3 phone calls for the places that were within my price range. I didn't think to look where they were. The one girl that called me back, her name was Shannon Darracott. She said, here's my place, here's the directions, go ahead and go out and come see the house. It was available, so we did.
Oh, go ahead.
You have to get that?
No.
Okay. So I moved out
You
there,
have to
and when
get
Travis
that?
found out it was so close to him, he
Jeez.
freaked out about it. And I made sure to check that it wasn't that we wouldn't be in the same ward. And it was within his ward boundaries, but it was also within another singles ward boundary. So of course I'm gonna go the other one.
Get your
because it would
popcorn
just be
out.
Kind of weird. I mean, I didn't know about him and Lisa at first.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they were even dating at that time. I don't know what their whole timeline was. But it still would have been weird, and it wouldn't have made Travis
Now,
very
during that
comfortable.
time that he was seeing Lisa, did you continue to
Don't
see him
go.
as well?
Yeah, and I didn't know that he was seeing her.
Okay.
You
But he
know.
would call you and have you come over.
Yeah,
I know there was a time when you, I guess, were
Oh.
at his house too for
Very much a
extra money or
hater.
something.
yeah, I did
He
that.
hired you.
Yeah, I did that because he knew that I was struggling, and he's like, I've been doing the math, and that happened pretty much right on. I think that started in August. He's like, I've done the math, and I feel that I can be more protective. My time is more valuable than X amount of dollars per hour. So why don't I pay you this per hour, and I'll work, and you can make a little bit of money.
Okay.
So that helped.
That makes sense.
It
And that
was
was around the
weird.
same time frames, the move and back and forth.
Yeah, it was like a few
and-
weeks after the move.
Okay.
I was still living with Rachel
Okay.
over on Greenfield
Okay. Okay.
before when that started. And he sent me this picture, and he's like, this is your uniform, have it by Friday, Thursday or whatever. And it was this French paint thing. I was like, no.
Yeah, that's him. Typical.
Yeah,
Like I said, he's a very flirty guy. And,
he is.
What is happening? Oh, it's the end of the video. I had quite the moment just then. Good grief.
now, obviously, the Rachel relation or not
Lisa?
Rachel, Lisa relationship didn't work out, and then there was a time period he really wasn't seeing anybody, and then Mimi came into the picture. What did you think about her? And
I didn't know a lot about her. She seems like a really nice girl. He showed me her picture on Facebook. I don't think she had a lot of pictures on there. He said that he's not sure why, but he's pretty sure that she could be it. And I was happy for him. I didn't find out about
This
Lisa.
conversation you had face to face.
She moved right on from
Yeah,
that happy
sounds
for
right.
him real fast,
Um,
didn't she?
And he had his laptop, just on his bed. I didn't find out about Lisa until after we had this conversation where we decided to all just come clean. And that was quite a conversation. Because I was never unfaithful, but there, when we started dating that timeline around February, the reason I remember February is because he had told me in December, go date other people kind of thing. And so I did. It was January 10th that I went on a date with my friend John for lunch. We just went out and had sushi. Nothing romantic happened. We didn't hold hands. We didn't kiss. I think we hugged. And I guess it was considered a date because he asked me and I accepted and he paid for it. And that was in Pasadena.
Yeah, if you paid for it, it's a date.
Yeah, that was in Pasadena. And the following evening, I went out with my friend Abe, and he drinks. He
Abe?
Got,
Abe, are you in the chat?
What is this drink? And I got cranberry juice. And we just talked forever about it. He talked about politics, which
One of
is
these guys in the Marine Corps or something.
they're both in prepaid legal. John Dixon is not in prepaid legal anymore. He's moved on to other ventures.
No, but the Marine Corps, are they in the service at all?
No.
Okay.
Abe is he's a little bit older. He's just sort of businessman. Has a background in, I don't remember.
Comes in swinging.
This is during the time that you guys were broken up, or
This
still
is-
kind of going
I'm
out?
sorry, this is before we started dating.
Okay.
The reason
I
I
hope
say
so.
this is because he told me a few times, he told me during that conversation too, that he's like, you seem to have a very convenient timeline for when we started dating. Because I used to ask him, like, when did we actually start dating? Because I figured if we ever made it to a year, we might as well celebrate.
Mhm.
And he's like, I'm not really sure. And the reason I think it was February 2nd is because do you know of Chris and Sky Hughes?
Mhm.
Okay. I used to spend a lot of time at their house. And, they're a wonderful family. And Sky she's somebody that I really opened up to. And, I told her a little bit how I just wasn't sure about Travis at the time. And I wasn't sure what was going on there. And she wrote in this long letter, or she didn't write a letter, Travis wrote the letter, but she kind of got on his case. And they told me all kinds of things about Travis that I wasn't aware of.
What kind of stuff are you talking about?
They said if I don't get away from Travis, I'm gonna become just like Deanna, which is his other ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Making it up.
Do you want to waste 6 years of your life waiting for him?
Because you can't commit.
He still tells Deanna, I love you. And I was like, what? And that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I truly believe he does love her still.
Oh, he
but
does.
Travis
He loves her.
had he's what you call a player. You know what that means. Yeah. He kind of,
He doesn't
pulls
intend
girls
to hurt
in.
anybody, though.
but he can't make a commitment. He portrays himself to be a certain way, but he's really not. Okay. He portrays himself to have a lot of money. He's not. He doesn't have a lot of money.
He's got a lot of things. He told me the first night that the first night that I met him, it was the second night, it was at the MGM Grand. He invited me to this executive director banquet. And, he was kind of talking about what his earnings were the last year and how he almost made his 6 figures and that kind of thing. And then he leans in and he goes, in this business, you have to show off your money a little bit. And in prepaid legal, it is. People want to see that you're actually being successful. So, he's done a good job with that.
It's about making money.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so
He's totally
by the end of the conversation, they
just
started calling me.
selling her on this.
And I was just like
So
shocked.
smart.
I didn't want to. The last thing I wanted.
How did you feel about that?
Tell me a lie. Tell me sweet
My
little
biggest concern was
lies.
losing respect in their eyes because I really, really looked up to them. And I thought I would have laughed it off, and I thought it was kind of funny. But I feared inside that I was losing their respect. So when I talked to him next, I was like, what do I do? What do I say? And he ended up writing this long letter to Sky saying, I just got off the phone with a very reluctant to talk to me, Jodi, And she wrote back saying something to the effect like, I wouldn't want my sister to date you. Why do you kiss Jodi in the dark and then act like you guys aren't even together in the daytime? Things like that.
That's a good statement because that kind of sums up the relationship that you had with him. It seems like he
Especially,
liked you, he loved you. He wanted to be with you, but he was reluctant to make a commitment first off. And truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not. I mean, I see you. You're
Esteban
wonderful
Flores
girl.
is
You're,
fantastic as
you
an
know,
interrogator.
You're struggling. You're trying to make your way through life, and I don't see why you guys couldn't have made it.
I think we have very different philosophies on a lot of ways. We would argue about the dumbest things, and like he would just want me to admit that he was right, and I would happily do that.
Well, that's
but
a man thing.
I should have just known better and admitted that. I eventually learned how to argue with Travis, and it's
Talk
yes,
to my
Travis.
wife. She's like, okay, fine, you're right.
Yeah,
You know,
eventually that's what I began to do with him. It's like the more I just agree with him, the sooner the argument gets over, and the sooner we can make up. And the makeup was always great.
I bet it was.
Sometimes I just couldn't wrap my mind around what he would. I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA once when I was going to watch Chris Hughes do a training, and this was January, mid-January maybe of 2007, and my car got a flat tire. So I had at the time roadside assistance because my car was still under warranty. And they went to take the car in to change the tire and realized that when they sold me the car, they didn't give me the wheel lock key.
That's
So
the
then for anti-theft,
plan.
it was wheel lock. So I had to get a hotel room. I had to get my car towed. It was a big nightmare. And I was kind of hungry. It was dinner time. It was 7:38 and it was dark because it was January. And the tow truck guy said, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here and there's a Jack in the Box there. And he was driving me to a motel. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want. And I was like, he's like this short Mexican guy and he seemed really harmless. And I was like, okay. And he, and I asked him about his life and he had a wife and kids. And so he wasn't flirting or he had a girlfriend or something. I don't
Just
remember.
trying to be nice to you.
Just being nice. And so I ended up telling him, and he didn't ever come on me or ever say anything inappropriate.
Give
And
him
he
a little
drove me back and
slack.
dropped me off, and that was that.
Reel him in.
And,
Give him a little slack. Reel him in.
and I got to eat. And so I told that to Travis, and he didn't say anything at first, but it got back to Sky, and Sky was like, why didn't you call me? And then I think eventually that was used against me to establish a pattern that I do weird things like that. So that's something we had arguments about a lot, was he's like, I just think that
So he was truly upset with you about that. He
and
felt a little jealous, but
he told me once that he was a little bit jealous when he found out that I went on those dates. He's like, but I know we're not dating. And he's like, I guess I am a little bit jealous. But with these other incidences, he said it just concerns him because he thought that I would get myself into a situation where I'd get hurt because I have that sort of attitude. And I was really, since I joined prepaid, I've been really trying to break out of my bubble and do things that are a little uncomfortable as far as talking to people. And, I made a resolution this year to overcome a few fears that I have that I'm really scared of. So I think that by getting into that a little, then I can, overcome some of that. But he
Kenny,
didn't act jealous.
They
but
may
he
have
didn't act
changed.
jealous.
They're
He
still
was
kind of
just-
around in a different way, but they were really a
Tell Sky
pyramid
he was-
Oh, yeah,
scheme,
I
or
guess
sorry,
it was.
multi-level
I may have
marketing
told Sky about
ploy,
that.
where they
They
offered
probably had a conversation with him, and he probably voiced his
They had
opinion.
many
He didn't-
on-demand
conversations. I know
law
that him and
services
Sky had a lot of
whenever
fights
you
and
needed them for like a
arguments,
monthly fee.
and I was the root of that a lot of time. But I think, all in all, they, especially more recently, they got along a lot better. I think she gave him a really hard time about our relationship. So that's one of the reasons he really wanted to keep it under wraps.
So, moving over to his
Good
trip
night,
to
Ricky.
Cancun that he was going to. When did you first find out about that he was going with Mimi?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services on Monday. It was the Monday night memorial service.
So you didn't know that he was going to Cancun?
I knew he was going. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think.
Oh,
that's
you
awesome,
liar.
actually.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, unfortunately,
You
Mimi
liar.
called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something
She
to
did work
tell
for
you.
him.
I don't look at
She
you
just
that
wasn't
way.
good at it.
I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want to be friends, we can be friends. And that really broke his heart.
I know. I mean, he didn't tell me that, but I found out from his bishop afterward when I talked to his bishop. And his bishop did say that Travis really took that one hard, and he said he took it to heart. And he said
She also sent flowers to her parents and grandparents, I think, to say sorry.
He said it's because, Mimi is of a certain caliber when it comes to her spirituality, and Travis was just in another
He's
place.
struggling. And that's something he struggled with for a long time.
Well, I feel responsible for that part of me.
Why do you feel responsible?
Because I had moved away, but I had participated
knew.
with him in so many things that
She was
kept us
pissed.
both down spiritually for a long time. I mean, if I
Because he asked her
had just
first.
cut ties completely, I could probably be married right now. I could probably be working on my own family.
What kept you there?
Yeah.
What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Well, moving is expensive for one. So once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants. You know that it's not healthy, but yet you continue to go back.
Thank you.
And it brings us to this point where we are now.
I forgot we do have a new emoji. I didn't get to tell you guys last night. It's or the other night. It's Jodi coming through a doggy door.
Physically,
You
I
keep
was
saying you
And I just put it in
knew
there.
that it wasn't healthy and you knew it was contributing to something that wasn't good. And,
I think at the
but yet you
time,
guys continue to do it.
yeah, and part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I worked out with with my bishop, and he's given me certain scriptures to read and ponder and pray about, and it brings me back to where I was prior to all that. I don't know how much I ever really was there as much as I am now, because even before I was baptized, even the 2 days before I was baptized.
Thanks, Dina.
4 days. It was on Wednesday and I was baptized on Sunday.
Yeah, he had a rough
before
upstart.
Thanksgiving. And it was
She
just
did not.
Like Travis and I were making out, and that was prior to, we hadn't gone all the way at that point, but it was just too far. And I called him that evening and I said how it felt different. The first few times was like, hey, that was great, whatever. And then it just felt different this time. And it was right before I was about to be baptized, and I already had my interview, and so it was like, it was just different. And he said, well, yeah, he's like, I feel the same way, and I think that's the spirit.
That's the whack-a-mole.
This, that, or the other.
That's
And
the whack-a-mole.
So,
There's another one beside it.
I think that by driving the spirit away so much, you just get into this pattern of
Hi.
I don't know. It was convenient. There was a couple times where I didn't answer his text messages, and he would send me little sad faces, or eventually he would wait, and then
He'd arrive home
he would
and she'd
call
be in
again.
his
If
bed.
I didn't answer, he'd call 3 times.
And obviously you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and because nobody really knew about it.
Well,
There were some people who I talked to and said, yeah, they continued to have a relationship even after they broke up. And there are others who are saying that you had become obsessive with him to the point to where you would go into his house when he wasn't there, or when you weren't invited, and he
That
would
right
talk to
there.
people saying, she just kind of showed up. And
But I'm no
I don't
saint
believe,
either.
But I don't want her here.
oh, must have been early on,
Yeah.
because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over, and he said, you can come over anytime, but I need to know first. He's like, you just never know. If
Because you ran into somebody one time, right? Did you run into like one of his ex-girlfriends as well, or was it Deanna that you ran into?
Oh yeah. Well, that was okay that I was there. He asked me to stay there and be with Napoleon, because that was during general conference in October of last year. He took a road trip with some friends from his church to Utah, and unless he's going to California, he pretty much leaves Napoleon at home, and so he needed someone to be there. And
Napoleon.
it's like I got full house privileges. I could sleep in bed. I could eat, food.
And I've talked to her, and she said that was kind of an unusual kind of situation. She didn't expect you to be there.
She didn't at all. And so at first I was like, well, I was like, did you give Deanna any flack over coming over unannounced? Because we had just set this rule. And he's like, I talked to her about it. He's like, but I'll tell you what, I was on the phone for 3 hours with her. She was freaking out that you were there.
Just a few months. Really not that long at all.
I think the more people knew about us associating, the more stress we both got from it. And so it was just easier to try and keep it a secret. And we didn't always do a good job at that. I think his roommates may have seen her and some things. But they were kind of kept to themselves types. So we didn't worry too much about them.
I didn't take it that way at all.
There was actually one.
None of us are saints. He had some things going on, but obviously he didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. Good grief.
I was cleaning his house.
I agree with your point.
And John told me, he's like, Travis is dating. And I said, okay. And I assumed he was, going on dates and things. He's like, no, he's really trying to date. And I said, okay. And he's like, he's desperate to get married. And I said, I know, that's true. And he's like, I just wanted to tell you that because I don't think he's being honest with you. And I was like, okay. So that night, I confronted him about it and we had a really big fight. It was also just a bunch of things were thrown in the mix together. And then he said, listen, I'm not dating anyone. But he was very angry at John for getting into his business. He told John in a very nice way, I think, hey, I know that you probably have good intentions, but just, mind your own business kind of thing. And from then on, I don't think John really said anything. And that was in October, I think.
You've kind of given me a really good rundown of your relationship and how you guys thought of each other and stuff. And
You do it in
I was
multiple
pretty-
languages.
Pretty close to
I
right
suppose.
on with my theory on how you guys, why you continue to see each other and what was going on during that time. I think there's some other things that you're not telling me. I think maybe the jealousy probably continued even after the fact that you moved away. For instance, was it the week of the first week of June, you took a trip to Salt Lake City. Remember that trip we talked about?
Oh, this year?
Yes.
I'm thinking back.
You had left, I think it was like a Monday.
No, like Monday, June 2nd.
Monday, June 2nd, in morning or afternoon.
She pulled that right out of her butt.
Late
I
morning.
think it was morning.
Okay. And you'd gone down to Reading and rented a car.
Mhm.
Where did you rent that car?
The Reading Airport.
Okay. Do you remember what car company it was?
I don't remember the rental company, but I remember the make and model. It was a Ford Focus.
Yeah, I got that from other people in Utah. They said you showed up in a Ford Focus.
It was white, 4-door. No, cruise control. I like road trips. Cruise control is really good.
You don't remember what company it was? Who rented it?
Maybe.
Was it your credit card?
Yeah.
Or?
I could look it up.
And so
Maybe.
you took a trip and you decided to go to, instead of going over to Utah, you went straight to
Night.
Los Angeles area.
I went to Santa Cruz first.
Santa Cruz.
Also,
Mhm. And then I stayed the night in Monterey. And the next day I drove to Pasadena.
nope,
Okay.
We
Not at
were
all.
to call me back.
You didn't
it's near the
contact her
end
at
of
all?
this whole
She contacted
interrogation,
me
so we
5 minutes
have a
after.
little bit of
That's
time.
too late. You're already
Yeah,
left at that
and
point.
we had plans to do that again this
And
week.
which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up. And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car, so I slept for a while. I'm a heavy sleeper and I sleep a lot, so
But you were on the 15 for a while, and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
yeah, I looked at a map and I'm pretty sure I know where I went. Can I draw you a map?
Sure.
Oh my God, can I draw you a map?
Because I eventually started seeing signs.
AAA over
For
here.
Phoenix, and it was several hundred miles away still. Like, that's weird. Where am I going? So you have California, Los Angeles, and Nevada, Arizona, Utah. And I was supposed to go somewhere right up here. Oh, I'm a lefty. So the 15 kind of does one of these.
Yeah. Goes through, let's say, Las Vegas right here.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. My
No,
map
that's
is
okay.
so wrong.
That's okay. So we'll just put.
Yep.
put
I
Las
know
Vegas.
it cuts through Arizona in the corner.
Yep. She filled
Las
those up
Vegas,
so that she didn't have to
St.
stop and be
George,
tracked.
Somewhere here. And then the 40 runs somewhere this way because somehow I ended up on the 40. And when I saw the 40, I'm like,
Right?
the only thing I associate with the 40 is
Mr.
Flagstaff,
Chance.
and Flagstaff is somewhere north of
Flagstaff is
Utah.
up here.
I mean, northern Arizona. And so, and I was going east, and I was like, what's going on here? I wasn't going the right way, and so I've had for the last 2 years, I've had a car that has a GPS system in it. It's really good, and I think it hasn't served me as far as getting a sense of direction. When I moved to Palm Desert,
Yeah, you kind of rely on it a little too much.
too much. In fact, when I moved in with the last place I lived
That
in,
guy.
I did not know how close it was to traffic.
You don't know about Israel
didn't
Keys.
realize. I have a very bad sense of direction, and it was until
She should have got
I used my
boots
GPS
as her
the whole
lawyer.
time I was there, pretty much,
and
just to
backpack.
find things. Anyway, so I got back. I looked at the MapQuest that I MapQuest a bunch of places. I was maybe going to go to Death Valley. I was maybe going to
Did
go.
you actually cross over into Arizona? Is that how far you went?
I crossed over twice, I think. But my map was wrong because the 93 goes north, and then I hit the 15 again, and then I got here, and then I hit Arizona, and then I'm here. Somehow I got north on the 93,
Okay.
and then I hit the 15. So, I mean, I don't know where Phoenix is in Mesa. It's got to be over there. I didn't go anywhere near there.
So you took
So
this
why
trip
bring it up?
And you left on, was it Monday? Second,
This is an info dump to confuse him.
and you didn't get to Utah until Thursday, you told me.
Yeah, I got to Utah on Thursday.
So Thursday,
He's writing notes right through her map.
Yeah, I think so.
Monday, that's Tuesday, Wednesday.
That was Letitia Stauch. Her
Yes,
Stauch.
we
What am
have-
I, German? I am, but
It's like
yes.
48 hours there. Well, obviously 3 days, but there's plenty. There's 48 hours. So this trip took you a little over 48 hours there. I have a problem with this trip.
That's a
Well, I
good
went
question.
first, too.
Yeah, I know. I know you went down
Might be
there.
a scan
I
talk.
mean, obviously, Wairika, right there. Beautiful little place here, except it's kind of smoky.
Yeah,
You can't
right
see
now.
the views. I was hoping to see some mountains, but
You really should see
Yes.
Mount Shasta. You get a chance.
okay. I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pulled over to sleep a couple of times,
But did I tell you that I got stranded?
Yeah.
Okay.
you mentioned that.
did I add that to make you feel better about my time?
Here and here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours for something else. Okay. This is what people are focusing on, is this trip.
We're hoping
Because they're saying she left, she didn't get to till Thursday.
closing on a date with him. So we're very excited about that.
Wednesday?
As soon as we have a
Some
date, we'll let you know.
trousers,
I did not go near his house. Aren't
too.
there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here. Okay. But the last place it pulled it was here. The next place it turned on was here. What does that show me?
Oh, well, I began. Oh, no.
Is there plenty of time for you to do that? Yes. And do I believe that you had come to visit Travis? Yes. I truly believe it. Did you have the opportunity? Yes. You were traveling alone. There's no other witnesses. Your phone just happened to turn off from here to here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then it magically,
My God.
you found your charger here.
It was packed under the seat of the passenger side. And it was when I was.
When you were lost, you couldn't have Maybe pulled over and found it. Or...
Well,
I just
did
read
find
my
it and
kid
start looking
a
when I was
book called A
stranded.
Funny Thing Happened on the Way to School.
I wouldn't have
This
pulled
is what
over
she's
when I was
doing.
lost.
Okay, I've been focusing on this and going over and over my mind. Why this happened? Why your phone turns off here, outside of Los Angeles?
What city is that? Because I
Going
got
towards-
as far as
There's no cities, there's towers.
Oh, okay. Well, I
And
got
there's towers dotted all over this place.
Yeah.
One tower hit here, the other tower here on the 93. There is no way somebody can get on that 15 and magically get on that 93. Because that 15 goes right to Las Vegas, right there. It continues this way. It never goes through Arizona.
I got off before Las Vegas.
Okay.
She starts hunching over and
I
slumping
didn't get that
as
far.
if
15, you'd
she
have to
knows
go to Las Vegas and then come down
he's on to
south,
something.
Go through Boulder City.
I went through Boulder City going north.
Did you cross over the
I know.
dam? You
right.
didn't think that was odd? You were crossing it over
Well,
Arizona?
after I figured out it was lost by then, and I found the 93 and then found my way back to the 15.
I just got
This
Nermies
tower
in
here,
the other day
it's not
and I started
just
reading them. So me
over the
too.
border in Arizona, it's quite a distance inside of Arizona that it hit. Because there's a mountain range all along here.
You guys are
And if
so
you're on this side of
intuitive
the mountain
and
range,
like observant.
pretty
I
good
love it
distance. That
so
signal's
much.
not gonna hit Utah, or Nevada or California. It's only gonna hit Arizona.
Well, I had somehow gotten off the 15 and got onto the 40. Is what happened.
Well, the only way you can get on the 40 is if after you cross the bridge or the dam,
I think
river dam,
I got on the 40 in California.
from the 15.
Well, because I actually began to drive to 10 West.
But you see what I'm saying? The confusion that we're having. And we'll come back to this
Well, I got on the 40 somewhere over here.
in California.
Yeah, and continued to drive this way. Realized I was not in the right place at all. And then I got onto the 93 North. And then I hit the 15 again. And then I went through Las Vegas and then St. George and then on to Utah.
I might be able to make
So
that at some point.
And I can pull the maps and show them to you, and you can go over and over and over again. But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
Yep.
Were you at Travis's house?
15 years
Absolutely
and
not. I was
3
nowhere
days
near Mesa. I was nowhere near
No.
Phoenix.
since Travis died, I believe.
I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there? Will that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
You can be honest with me, Jodi.
I was not at Travis's house. Was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter, which there's pictures.
Huh?
and
There it
you know
is.
There's pictures.
You didn't ruin the
I will
camera.
show them to you. Okay. So
I can't see your face
what
well,
I'm
but
asking
yes.
you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive. Absolutely positive.
The last time I had any kind of sexual contact with Travis was in April.
Remember I told you about the camera?
Mm-hmm.
That camera was damaged. Someone ran a washing machine. Ran it through a wash cycle with some clothes of Travis's. But the card's intact.
I auditioned and got a
I
part
told you
as
that
the
card
Joker.
was destroyed.
The project fell through,
I didn't want to
but it was a compliment for me.
because I wanted to make sure those photos were accurate. And we can pull deleted photos. I don't care if you delete them
We're watching the interrogation, man.
6 months. We can pull every photo that was ever on there. Pull the little pixels together. Get the
Yeah,
timestamps
1.25
on
is good.
Not all of them, but most of them have
But yeah, we're watching the
timestamps.
interrogation. We're gonna do that full one.
And I have pictures of you.
It's what we
in
do.
Travis's bedroom with Travis.
But
Pictures of him.
Friday, we should be getting back into the trial.
It's obvious you guys are having sex.
It's not for everybody.
Taking photos of each other, and they're dated and time-stamped on the day he died.
Are you sure it's me? I mean, that because I was not there.
It's you. And you know it's you. I know all the details of this case. The only thing I don't know is why. Why did you choose to go visit Travis that day? And why did you do what you did?
I never
Why,
hurt
Jodi?
Travis.
You did. You hurt him. That's why we're here. That's why I flew up here. Because I needed to talk to you about this.
Yay.
I can just arrest you and throw you in jail, but I want to know why. Why did
Oh,
you do this, Dan?
you're in for a
I never hurt
treat.
Travis. He's done so much for me.
There's so much evidence in that house. So much. And it all points to you.
I lived there. I was there for months and months and months.
I know you took pictures of him in the shower just before he died.
I don't think he would allow that.
The camera actually took a couple of photos by accident during the time he was being killed.
Really?
Yeah, Jodi, really. Quit playing this
I'm not
game.
laughing at the crime.
It's time
I'm
for
laughing
it
at
to
her.
come out and-
I did
Just to be
not-
clear.
I did not hurt Travis. I did not hurt Travis. I wouldn't do that to him.
I have the pictures.
Andy's patient.
Can I see the pictures?
Did she say that?
Let's see.
You heard that, right? Can I see the pictures?
Your hair was blood to see.
What?
Your left palm print at the scene. In blood. What's going on there?
Well, I can explain the blood in the hair. I don't know about my left palm print.
How can you explain the blood in there?
Well, because I used to bathe Napoleon all the time. And,
You haven't been there since April, right?
mhm. Well,
He's had the house cleaned several times since then. And this hair was not just a hair, from the shower or something
I wish there
This hair was
was.
with blood. It obviously had blood on it.
I don't think I can do anything to
At the time,
increase
that's
that.
very
I'll look.
my
there's
hair would have
no
been
way.
all over.
There's no other hair.
Can you take a hair sample?
We
And like,
have your DNA.
no, but I mean, like, you know how they can do drug tests and find out when things were done?
No,
Can you,
We can't do that.
can't you measure the time?
We have DNA matching that hair to you.
Okay, I know, but
And
my,
that hair had a follicle on it, and that means that that hair wasn't there very long. The follicle will usually dissipate and go away after a certain time. It'll fall off the hair itself.
well, then I would
Okay,
brush my hair
Jodi,
there. I mean,
This one, you absolutely cannot explain that away. You either had blood on your hand and you touched the wall, or there was blood on the wall and you touched blood.
could my palm print have already been there when I touched it?
Jodi, this is over. This is absolutely over. You need to tell me the truth.
Listen, the truth is I did not hurt Travis. Okay, so we're
Jodi,
safe.
you can continue to do this, okay? That records check shows you that you has reported a gun stolen, 25 auto. This happens to be the same caliber as the weapon used to kill him.
A 25 auto was used to kill Travis.
Yeah, along with multiple stab wounds. Jodi, if you want, I can show you some pictures of him. Do you want to see pictures of him?
Part of me does and part of me doesn't.
Why? Because you don't want to remember?
No,
Jodi.
there's a morbid curiosity.
Jodi,
I wanted to know how he died.
we can keep playing these games over and over again. I'm not going to believe you.
All
When
right.
you start telling me the
Listen.
truth, then I can believe you. But I can't deny this evidence. I can't. The trip you took doesn't make sense. The opportunity was there. Your pictures on that date with him. Your blood is in the house, mixed with his. Mixed. Not alongside, but mixed. Your hair is there with blood. And your palm print is there in blood.
Was it?
It's over.
Could it have been my blood from
Your
before?
image is not important right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Saving the rest of your life is.
Listen, if I'm found guilty, I don't have a life. I'm not guilty. I didn't hurt Travis. If I hurt Travis, if I killed Travis, I would beg for the death penalty.
Was there anybody else with you?
I was traveling alone the whole time.
Was there anybody else with you at Travis's house on Wednesday the 4th?
I was not at Travis's house on Wednesday.
You were. Because that's when the blood was left on, the bloody palm print was left on his wall. I don't know what to tell you. If you were in my shoes and I had this evidence against you, what would you say?
If I had that evidence against you, it'd
Yeah.
be pretty obvious. But I guess being in my position, it just seems so impossible. I want to see it. I want to know. I mean, I'm not a murderer, but I guess if I were to do that, I would wear gloves or, something. How could I don't know.
I know you tried to wash him off, try to get some of the blood off, try to clean him up a little bit. But you're even denying the pictures of you being there. There's pictures of you laying on the bed in pigtails.
Pigtails?
Yes. And I've got pictures of you that I've blown up, and you've got the little mole right there. It's the same one. It's you. It's obvious. I can show you some of these pictures. Do you want to see the pictures? Will that change your mind?
I mean, I am curious.
Let me take a break and let me go find them. And I'm going to show you.
I wasn't there.
But you need to think about what you're saying. This continuing to lie is not going to help you.
Admitting to something I didn't do won't help me either. Okay, let's say for a second that I did. And I say, I did it. I mean,
The motive is there. The jealousy issue.
but I wouldn't even say I was jealous. I mean, there may have been some jealousy there, but
Then what is
I think
it?
if
What
anyone-
caused this?
I think if anyone, maybe Travis was jealous, but
That's what everybody else says. Well, they know he was jealous, but they think that you were absolutely obsessed. Obsessed is the word that they use. That's the word I hear from everybody. Fatal attraction. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Look at Jodi. Jodi had to have done this, or she got someone to do it for her. There's not one person that says anything else. Why is that? That's the perception they have of you. And there's a reason for that perception. Maybe because it's true.
maybe because we kept hanging out,
Mhm.
but not because it's true.
Cause of this. I can prove you were there.
Does that volume
I
sound
can
louder
prove it.
to you
But
guys?
what I don't have is I don't have answers on why it happened. Or, maybe something just got out of hand.
I just-
Maybe things got out of hand.
Did you
and-
find the gun? Maybe that would.
Jodi, we're just playing games.
Did you find the gun? Because I threw it somewhere and you'll never
That
find
gun was
it.
in your possession.
It is
When
louder.
did your
Cool.
gun stolen?
I like
I
finding
didn't even know
extensions
there
that
were
make
guns
things
until
louder.
My grandparents reported it stolen the day that their house was broken into.
When was that?
I don't remember. It was a few months ago.
I'll keep looking for something better eventually.
I don't have a gun.
They're going through your house right now, so are they going to find anything there that will lead you back to this?
I don't think they would. I mean, there's nothing that could link me there. I mean, that's pretty compelling, I have to admit. If you found my palm print there, I don't know. That's,
Do you have a pair of sweatpants that's got stripes around the backside and zippers? Somebody's seen you wearing those before.
I've got so many clothes. Yeah, I think I do. Wait. I have zippered one that sits in the back.
It's got like stripes, like big stripe on it inside the wall.
It's
kinda
got a
towards the
black
back.
stripe all the way down and they're white. It's got the black. I have those at the house.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. For
I
sure.
have two pairs actually. One is too small and one is just about right. The other one I bought anyway, that was too small because it was on sale and it's a good deal. But yeah, they have stripes.
I don't care about your buying habits,
So what does
Jodi.
that mean? What is that?
Because I believe you were wearing a pair like that when this happened. Remember I told you about the camera? It was taking pictures by accident.
Mhm.
Camera was upside down and flashed.
He
Another
said,
time, camera flashed. Looked like it was on the ground, maybe it was kicked. But it took pictures, and it's obviously a female.
I'm getting my
A lot of them was
burrito.
wearing those pants.
I'm getting my
Oh, you
burrito
can bring those pants on that trip. So
And if we find those
Getting
pants,
rolled
they're
up in
gonna
my
make us a
burrito
little bit better.
for this.
I'm gonna take a little break, but I need you to think about what you're doing here. This is the best thing for you to do is to tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what happened, because you know what? I think your mom and your dad really deserve the truth. They're gonna be asking. And it's absolutely, it's so important that you tell me why this occurred, what was going through your mind, and what caused you to do this. It happened, and I can prove it happened, and there's no doubt in my mind, and there absolutely is no doubt in anybody else's mind who's investigating this, that you were there and that you did this. But I'll let you think about that, okay? And I'm gonna go look for some pictures, and I'll bring them over, and we'll continue this discussion. Okay, we'll go find them. Be right back.
Tiff, I'm not a murderer.
No, at least not a good one. It's Burrito Brewster. I'm going to push this a little bit. I don't want to get past kind of some of the stuff that she does, but we also want to make sure that we... Okay. Caught. Not at all. Not at all. This is merely for effect. Merely for effect. Do you want a taco? Oh, we're not going to miss the awesome handstand. Can he? Girl, same. Thirteenth Juror. It's a safe addiction. She does, and hasn't done that yet. Oh, she would have, for sure. Keep in mind, I'm playing it at ×2, so her movements seem a bit jumpy, but that's because this is at ×2. ×2. I'm good. Thank you for asking. It's like a 12-hour thing, but some sleep helped. And I'm good.
Hi, Mesa. Just curious.
It's a Glock.
Can I just lie down?
Did you? You probably found it by now.
Probably. I was taking it somewhere.
These are just a few photos. And I want to be careful not showing you certain photos,
Please
because
don't
some of
show
them are very bad.
Hot pocket.
That's obviously Travis's house, right? Remember that?
Yeah. If Travis were here today, he would tell you that if it wasn't me.
No. My job is to speak for Travis right now. And everything Travis is telling me is that Jodi did this to me.
Oh, that's a brilliant.
Have you
Well
ever
done,
shot that
sir.
25 auto?
Mhm.
Have you ever touched it?
The one that was stolen? I've never seen it.
We've gone full Letitia.
My grandpa said it looks like a 21.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what a 25 looks like. I know what a 22 looks like. I don't know
Just like a 22, actually.
well, the 22s that I saw kind of looked like the ones in the westerns where they had the barrel and the long. No. But there was another 22 in the store that looked like a toy gun, so it looked like a squirt gun, like a water gun. I don't know.
Yeah, isn't that the worst?
Show you.
Get his name out your mouth.
What's that one? Remember him?
Is he naked? In the shower?
Let's see it. This is
Travis would never go for that.
soon after you and him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sex on his bed.
That couldn't have been too soon after.
An hour or so.
It's the last time I
2
had sex
hours.
and it was an 8.
Liar. Liar face.
Just there. Copies. Actual photos.
My pants on fire emoji.
It's you.
There it is.
I wanted to cover you up because
Oh,
that's you. All of you.
that looks like me.
That is you. Right there, get out of your face. You can look at the rest of it if you want. There's a few of them. There's a few more. Which I'll try not to show people because I don't want to put you out there like that to people. Let's just say I've seen all of you.
Let's just say I've seen all of
The
you.
one that sticks in my mind of Travis is on the autopsy table. I'm not going to show you. Or should I? But this one I don't know if I should show you, but nothing bad. Too bad. But it's just one of the photos that was taken by accident. And this is just a small portion of it. It's your foot, Jodi. These are your pants. No, it's off color because we had to enhance it and the color kind of changes a little bit. It's Travis.
Yeah, Esteban Flores.
This is his bathroom.
Yeah,
That is not my foot.
These are your pants.
they stole my pants.
It's a
And they
different
did
color, like I said, because we had
And
to
they gave them
enhance
back
it
to
and
me.
color changes. Zipper back.
I have both of those pants at home. If these are the same one, I don't have a zipper there though. On mine, and this is a black stripe, and this is white, and black goes around on too.
Yes.
Couldn't even recognize Travis. He'd been there so long.
I keep.
Yeah, she was a bad one.
She
She thought she was good,
Well,
She
this
was
is an A, it's just copy, but
apparently.
same day. All time stamp, all everything. First picture was, see the date, 6/4/08 at 5:22 p.m.
Yep.
That's when it started. Photo view started, Travis's bedroom, about 1:30, 1:45, something
Yeah.
like that.
I don't know what kind of camera I got.
There, see that?
That spot.
See the spots here? They look a different color because we use a chemical to enhance this.
Mm.
That right there is blood. It's a mixture of yours and his. And that's your palm print of your left palm.
I don't have any cats in my left paw.
Nobody said that. You cut the palm. You have any recent cuts that are healing?
Well, my cat scratches me. Little things. These are all her work. You can see. This is her. That's her. I've got scars. She's a feral cat. All these little things are her.
No, enough about your cat, but why is your palm print in blood?
How can that be my palm print?
Because you were there.
What is this?
That's before we used the chemical. We thought we'd get something from there, but this is where your palm print was. Right on the wall. Go over and over and over again. Over and over again. There's no doubt in my mind that you would have done. There's no doubt in my mind that you did this. None. So you can go until you're blue in the face and tell me you weren't there and you had nothing to do with it. I won't believe you. I will not believe it. Because Travis is telling me that you did this to him. That's my job. My job is to speak for him. And this is what he's telling me. And I want to know why. It's killing me inside. I
That's
don't know
the
why.
thing. Like, there's no reason for it. There's no reason why. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him.
There's no way anybody else.
He never raped me.
Nobody.
Never.
There's no way anyone else.
Nobody
could have
said
left
that.
Your palm print in blood on that wall.
Jesus.
No way. Get that through your head.
If I was going to ever try to kill somebody, I would use gloves. I've got plenty of them.
Nobody said you were, you planned this out perfectly. And you're going there to stop that. Have a good time with them. Something got out of hand.
Even if I were there, and even if I were going there to just have a good time with him,
What if I tell you somebody saw you there? A neighbor. Do you remember some of the neighbors?
just
About you?
I
Your
like
neighbor?
how he moved in closer
Okay.
as he was closing in on her.
No, I've never met them.
So
You've hung around there quite a bit, and they know you.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've seen you there on that day.
I wasn't there that day.
Jodi, you were there that day.
And even if I'm trying to think, the majority of the time that I spent there, I had platinum blonde hair. So, I mean, I've never once said hi to them, met them, shook their hand, met them face to face across the street. When I spent time there, he wanted to keep it private. So it was, I spent the majority of my time inside. Not, walking around outside. Except for a few times when I took his dog for a walk.
Would they see your car there?
this also might be
Just
true,
parking
yeah.
Down the street.
No, they would see it there. I drove an Infiniti.
To help me help
so they
you.
would definitely recognize the car, I'm sure. Because, well, there were a lot of cars there a lot of the time.
Where's the Infiniti now?
I gave it back to Nick.
To the impound yard somewhere?
Mhm.
Are we going to find any evidence in that car?
You're free to look.
No, we're going to look.
You can also look in the rental car.
What company did you rent it from?
I don't remember, but I can check my my debit card record. I remember the make and
No,
model.
we're waiting for it anyway. But you know all the new cars have GPSs in them.
Oh.
Factory.
Hey.
Not for you to
Well, then that's
use,
good.
but for us to use if we need to.
Well, then that's good because I was also going to ask you. I don't know if this is something that you can recall, but a lot of the stoplights in Mesa and things have cameras on them. Is there any way we could back that up, or if I were going to
Well,
going through that tunnel, is that surveillance?
No.
Is there surveillance anywhere?
unless you ran a red light. Unless you got caught on a speed camera. But nothing beats that stuff. And I have a solid case against you. And I can present it to the judge. As cold as it is now. I don't know why she did it. Or I can present it to the judge with your explanation. Have you talked to your parents about what happened?
I told them I was worried about stuff.
About what stuff?
I said that, well, they knew I was upset about Travis, and I feel really bad about the way I was acting because there wasn't, especially toward my grandparents. There were a lot of times.
Why are they not surprised that you're sitting here talking to me about this?
What do you mean?
They're not surprised.
Oh.
They're
Well, because-
concerned. They're hurt. I haven't, but my other detectives have.
He said they're
Um,
not surprised you're in
They're
jail.
very concerned with you. But they kind of suspected that you had something to do with Travis's death as well. Whose
No.
parents think
No.
that?
I don't think they show the entire thing, and
Then
so
people were dropping my name, and I said, I'm not
we're
worried,
pausing
I
on
can't
the
do it. I said,
trial
"It's
and
very
watching
much-
the
it's hurting my
entire thing."
reputation right now, and it's casting me in a bad light.
I wouldn't be worrying about your reputation right now. I'd be worrying about the rest of your life. That means nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, my reputation will affect the rest of my life. So I am worried about my reputation.
You're going to continue with the story then that you weren't in Mesa on the 4th, you weren't in Travis's house, you didn't have sex with him that day, you had nothing to do with his murder.
Those pictures are, I don't know, to me, pictures are very compelling. I know that they can be modified, I know they can be altered, and date and time stamps, I don't know, but I think they can be
I
tampered
didn't
with.
modify anything.
I don't think you
We
would.
take absolutely special care of what we do.
I know.
We actually take an image of that card, or let's say you get a computer, take an image of that hard drive and make a copy of it. You don't even touch your hard drive. We just work with the copy. And that's exactly what we do with the photos. We don't work with the originals. We just make an exact digital copy of everything. Move it over so we don't touch it. And then we analyze it. And our guys are so good. Every case they've ever done that I know of has never been lost in court. It's been argued and argued and argued. There's no way that they duplicate or that they enhance or that they change or that they do anything to a photo.
If I'm found
That's not
guilty, what
true.
happens?
They don't have to pay the price.
So what's the price?
I don't know.
Don't you know what the sentences are? The sentences that are carried for something.
It depends on your situation, how old you are. Depends on the type of crime. It depends on whether you show remorse or not. And part of that remorse is at least coming clean. When somebody doesn't come clean, I don't see any remorse. I don't know if a judge would see any remorse. I don't know
Not
if
yet.
a jury would see any remorse.
No
But
remorse.
I don't know. That's not for me to decide. My job is to investigate, find out who did it, why they
Just
did it,
lies.
and present it to a court.
All lies.
And that's it.
I just can't imagine.
You have something to tell me, but you're just so resistant. I know you're afraid, but you're already going through it right now. There's no backing up. There's no backing up to yesterday. There's no backing up to that day. It's already happened. And unfortunately, you're gonna have to face the consequences.
If I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm not really for things like, I'm all for the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's no evidence to show anybody else did that. None.
Well, I'm just,
You think we found somebody else's fingerprint if they did that? Possibly. There's something that happens. You keep saying gloves. There's things that happen when people wear gloves. And we can actually see that, oh, somebody wore gloves in this case. Nobody wore gloves in this case. Nobody. No
I'm
evidence of
just
it.
saying that if I were to carry out something like that, I would have worn gloves. I would have
Nobody
worn
else.
gloves.
Nobody else did this.
Sure,
There's no
Jan.
evidence to show that anybody else did this, but you. You were the only one. That is it. And I'm not seeing any remorse. I'm not seeing anything from you to make me believe anything otherwise. You can continue to say, I didn't do it.
Well,
But you're the kid that got caught on videotape stealing the candy. And you continue to say, it wasn't me. I have
The Shaggy
proof.
defense.
I have the pictures. It wasn't me.
Yes, you got me on camera. It
I don't
wasn't
think
me.
you would admit to it if your own mother saw you do this and she told me, yeah, I saw her do this. You would say, no, it wasn't me. Why won't you admit to it?
I just can't. I didn't kill Travis. I just didn't. I did not take his life.
Did you have anything to do with the death of Travis?
I don't think I had anything directly to do with it, but I feel.
Oh, she didn't say no either.
Then what can you tell me about his death?
You know a lot more about it than I do. When I say I feel responsible, it's because I wasn't planning to go there at all, and he really wanted me to go. And I told him no, and I would have if it weren't for Ryan. And there's nothing really with Ryan and I. In fact, he has been very hesitant to move anything forward because
I hope so.
he's not sure about me. He said a lot of people are talking. I'll just tell you that right now. I really wish this would get solved so that we can just put it behind us. Maybe that's a good thing because he's not an active church member anyway. But the reason I feel is because if it weren't for Ryan, I would have folded and I would have just scrapped all my plans and spent all of my days there. But I didn't, and I stood strong, and he got mad and got sad, and he guilted me. He didn't get really mad; he just kind of guilted me. And
All right,
I was like,
everybody.
whatever, fine. We hung up. I feel that if I would have gone there, that I could have done something.
Oh, you did something.
You were there, Jodi. You were there on Wednesday before.
Can I ask you? I don't know if you know this. Oh, I have a camera in my storage unit that I don't use anymore that Travis and I used to use frequently. And we took pictures with it. This is, I don't know. This is kind of,
Do you remember taking these pictures?
there were many pictures. We took tons and tons of pictures. Some I saved, most we deleted. Some he sent me through his phone.
He usually deleted all pictures like this.
Do you remember earlier in the interrogation when she said he would never go for that when he showed the pictures of the shower?
They were deleted.
But she has a whole nother camera full of pictures.
His camera, all those pictures were on my camera. So.
All these same pictures.
I haven't heard it yet.
I don't know. We took a bunch the week before I left. We took a bunch over the last 6 or 7 months. We took over last year even when we were still dating. But we would delete them mostly. There were some that he sent me that I didn't delete.
Sounds like a euphemism. I got
What I'm asking
photos
is
in
it
my
possible
storage
that,
unit. Wink, wink,
you know,
nudge,
my memory
nudge.
card would have been in his camera. They're interchangeable.
How do you know they're interchangeable?
I don't. That's why I'm asking is what kind of memory card it was.
Just a regular little.
The one you couldn't destroy in the wash.
I've got one that's like this big. And it's thin, like a cracker. And the one I use on my professional camera is like this size.
Iron Man.
Kind of like that big.
Thor.
And the little one is really thin. And it's got like little thingies here for reading it. And the big one looks like that on the middle part. So that one obviously probably wouldn't be interchangeable because it's a Canon and it's a nice
It's
camera.
not interchangeable.
But the other one, I don't know.
Your camera's here. His camera's there. He just bought that camera.
Well, the other camera that I used before that's broken now, it's in my storage unit, but it's still there.
And you're saying those pictures are on the camera?
No, what I'm saying is I had several memory cards for this camera that I don't have anymore.
She does
I'm
have
sorry,
long
yes.
arms. That's very true.
It's so far-fetched, but I guess it's possible that my
Be looking at that
You're
in
saying
trial.
somebody took your pictures or your card and is framing you and put
No,
that
no,
into
no,
his
no. I'm
camera.
just saying that if my memory cards were left at his house, he would have used those for his camera. I don't know. I can explain the blood though, and I can explain the hair. I don't know about the memory card.
I can't explain the blood or the hair.
Well, the hair. There's hair everywhere, and probably every square inch of the house. My hair. If you sweep it, you'll get hair everywhere.
I thought you cleaned his house.
Down in the shower. I don't know if the shower because the shower gets used, but definitely around the bottom of the sink area. And maybe in the
Still doesn't
trash.
explain the hair to me. You have a follicle in it. You haven't been there since April. There's no way. No way. The blood? No.
Well,
The blood is mixed with his, and that's the blood that he bled that day when he was killed.
well,
Right?
I don't know
You're
if
absolutely
you can
right.
check how fresh the blood was.
No, we can't check how fresh it is, but we can go by where it is.
Oh, okay, because I got myself. When I was
In April?
And you're saying that that blood that you cut yourself with back, who knows when, was
well,
still on the wall in the
Oh.
exact same spot
I don't know.
where the bloody palm print was.
It was a glass that Travis had that I was using to wash Napoleon with.
The triumvirate from
And I dropped it. And when I picked it up, glass,
Hello
and I'm pretty
Kitty.
casual about it because I break glass at work all the time, and it's not a big deal. It's nothing to be scared of. I was probably just being careless with it, and I sliced myself open. And
Is that how you want to leave this? Just these far-fetched excuses on why your blood is there, why your hair is there, why your palm print is there, what pictures are there.
I don't know about the pictures.
That's how you want to leave this? I wouldn't want to. I seriously would not want to. You need to come out and tell me why this happened. I will not accept any other excuses.
Out.
I will just move on with my investigation, with my final report, submitting all the conclusions and all the evidence. And we can just let a judge and a jury decide. You yourself said that if you were in my shoes, you would think that I was guilty. We can leave it in the hands
What
of
about
a
a lie
jury.
detector test?
We can do that. That's fine.
Would that help me at all?
I mean, you can't use them in court, but
Well, then there's no point in taking it. I thought those things can be used
in certain cases.
in this case.
If you want, I can check. Absolutely.
If I passed a lie detector test, would that help me?
Could help you.
No.
You're so weird anyway.
She
This
said
is
you're
your
so
one
weird.
opportunity to talk to me because it's going to be a while before I talk to you again. And it's not going to be in this kind of setting. Okay. Do you understand what's going to happen to you?
Hey, RA, thanks for popping by.
But we're going to, since these charges are out of Arizona, we're going to send you through the court system here. And then we're going to ask to extradite you to Arizona from California. That just means permission for you to bring you over as you're out of state limits. And the next time we talk could be in a whole different state. Could be in a jail somewhere. I think the setting is a little bit better. But it's up to you. Jodi, I know you were there. I know that Travis was either in the shower or just outside the shower when he was shot. And I know somebody who was extremely angry at him
Right, she said that, right?
took a knife to him
You're so weird anyway.
and couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. And before you knew it, it was all over. And then you panicked. And then you,
I've never been that angry at him. Not enough for that. I've been so far angrier at other people, at other ex-boyfriends.
then tell me who could have done this. Who did this?
I don't know, but if I go to trial for this, and if I'm convicted for this, whoever did this is going to be sitting very pretty somewhere. Glad that it wasn't them.
And it's my job to make sure that an innocent person does not go to jail. But I don't see an innocent person sitting in front of me. When I asked you, I always ask this one question. Actually, it's two. First one is, did you kill Travis? And you kind of hesitated once. I didn't have anything to do with that. Then I asked you a similar question. Did you have anything to do with Travis's death? You hesitated again.
Well, that's because I feel like if I had gone to Arizona like
Most
yes,
people would say, no. Did you kill Travis? No.
well, I didn't, and I didn't have anything to do with it. Now, do I feel responsible? I've been carrying around guilt since I heard about it.
Why do you feel responsible? If you felt responsible, it means you know something else.
No,
It
because
means your actions led to his death.
Because he always has guilted me. He's always guilted me. And the last
So you
time
feel somebody else killed him.
Well, yeah,
For what reason?
I don't know. I don't know
Then
that.
how do you feel guilty if you
Because
don't know the reason?
here's why I feel guilty. One of the last times we spoke, he was guilting me about not coming to see him. And part of my heart still wanted to go see him. And another part just wants to move on and pursue this new avenue, which was in Utah. And there is a tinge of guilt. You know, when he would text me and he would say, hey, you want to come over and make out or want to da-da-da. I didn't respond one night. And I just stayed strong and I didn't respond. And then he called and called and called. And then the next day he was like, you don't care about me. You don't love me. You don't care. I was there all alone and you didn't want to come and hang out. You didn't want to come and keep me company. And he says it not like that, but in that tone, but it's in the sweetest, sweetest way. And it's guilt.
I still don't get the guilt. I really don't. You keep explaining it, but it has nothing to do with whether he
Because he
was
guilted
killed
me.
or not.
He
How is you being there going to prevent him from being killed?
Well, I kind of feel that if I had gone, that we could have been out watching a movie, or we could have
Whatever. Yada,
done
yada,
something
yada.
than just him. I just feel like if there was some way that I could have prevented it, or some way that I could have done something to stop it. And I told that to a few people, and they're like, well, you might have been killed too.
Ah,
Maybe.
that
but
checks out.
Maybe Travis would still be alive. Travis has done a lot for me, and I wouldn't hurt him. He introduced the gospel to me.
Well, I have proof that says otherwise, Jodi. I can't deny that. I can't deny that proof. And that proof is not pointing at anybody else. Nobody. Nobody in this entire world except you. Nobody else was in that house that day. Except you. You were the only one. You and him, alone.
I didn't even go to Mesa. Can you check the GPS in the car?
Yes, we will check that.
If it's, and if that comes back,
And I've looked at the map, and the way that you're saying you travel, there is no way.
When the last road trip Travis and I went on, we drove to Utah. We drove to Oklahoma City from Mesa. And one of our stops on the way was Roswell. He drove all night, and I slept. And then after Roswell Museum, it was my turn to drive. And he's like, just get on this and drive 98 point something miles, and then we should be there. So I got on the road, and I drove 98.6 or 2, whatever miles it was. And I woke him up, and I said, I don't think we're here. And he woke him up around. It was just like rolling fields forever. And I drove completely in the wrong direction. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying I have a poor sense of direction. I got totally lost.
But I'm going to draw you a map earlier during the
I got totally
interrogation.
lost.
So even if you got totally lost, it doesn't explain all that time. It does not. I mean, if you went 4 hours here or 5 hours in the wrong direction, it still would
Well,
not
at that one
explain
point, I wasn't going anywhere because I ran out of gas. I was totally stranded. I was sitting like a sitting duck, and that's when I began. It was a little bit warm and it wasn't too hot, but that's when I read for a little bit. I already slept, and that's when I just started looking around the car and organizing stuff and getting trash together, and had a couple bites to eat from snacks that I had. And when I was cleaning out under the seat, I found my phone charger, plugged it in, powered it on. There was no cell phone reception anywhere.
So you've never seen his camera? His new camera?
I don't know. He described it.
Did you ever touch his camera?
I've never seen it.
Okay, so there's no reason your fingerprints should be on it. Okay. Because that thing's off at a lab right now. And they're hopeful that they can get some prints off the camera.
Okay.
And if your prints come back on that camera, what are you going to say?
Well, they won't come back on it because I never touched it.
And you still can't explain the rest of this stuff.
She said I never touched it. I threw it in the washing
other
machine.
Stuff, or the palm print. The other stuff I can explain.
No, you can't explain the blood either. Because that blood is in blood. I mean, it's part of the print. Unless you cut yourself at the beginning of the year and left your palm print in blood, and it stayed there until he was killed.
I cut myself. It wasn't the beginning of the year. It was before convention.
No, you can't explain it.
I'd have to say early March.
That palm print is there in blood. Partially yours and partially his.
Is it possible that there's just like any other way in the universe that could have gotten there?
Possible. Probable is the question you need to ask. And probable is absolutely not probable.
I understand that, but it is possible.
Anything is possible.
That is very compelling.
As long as it's not Palm
That's
Beach.
why I'm here. That's why I traveled here. Because I came here to arrest you. And get an explanation from you. That's the second reason. And since you're not giving me an explanation, I guess we'll just continue with the
I just have no reason to hurt Travis.
You do have a reason to hurt Travis.
What would my reason possibly be?
There's a whole history of you two.
But-
And everybody knows it.
I have a whole history with other guys. that
Why
know years.
is everybody saying that you had something to do with his death? Why is everybody saying that you were capable of hurting him? Everybody says it.
I don't know why.
So don't tell me that you're not capable.
I don't even hurt spiders.
Have you ever had any anger issues before? Never in your past?
I've had arguments. We're trying to.
Well, everybody has arguments. I'm talking about anger. Just
Mhm.
absolute anger. Where you lose it sometimes.
No, I had a nervous breakdown once.
You taking any medication or anything?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Well, I had a nervous breakdown when my boyfriend and I were arguing once, and he began to argue with me in a way that was totally
Started
different
seeing ninjas.
from how we had ever argued before. And he was just like, every time I'd say something, he was like, blah, blah, It was kind of weird. Like every time I tried to formulate a thought, and I was just sad and I was crying. Every time I tried to formulate a thought, he would interject and twist it, and it was like the weirdest psychological thing that had ever happened. And the way I reacted was I went into my room. It was the guy I bought a house with. I went into my room and shut the door. We had separate bedrooms. And I was in his room. I went down the hall into my room and shut the door. And I just remember hyperventilating. And that's all. And I was crying. And then I went to get something out of my car. And when he saw that, he maybe thought I was going to leave. So he asked me for the key to his truck and pulled behind my car because he thought that because I was upset, I shouldn't drive anywhere. But I mean, that's other than arguments, no anger issues. That I can remember. I kicked a dog once.
Oh,
I was a freshman in high school.
What?
And I love animals. And we had this dog. His name was
I
Doggy Boy.
loved
and
animals.
My parents, until the
So
dog
I
they have
killed
now,
it.
have never been able to.
well, kicked
And
it.
I don't mean just them. We as a family have never been able to care for a dog properly, as far as give it attention and take it for walks and be consistent.
Don't have one.
So this dog stayed in the backyard a lot, and he stayed tied up on, in the shade with plenty of, leeway. At one point, though, he was untied, and I took the trash out, and this is when my little brother and sister were still in diapers, and he tore this. It was a diaper trash, and he tore diapers all over the yard. And of course, I had to clean it up. And when diapers get wet, and they're like this jelly, spongy, weird stuff, and I got mad, and I just kicked him with my right foot, and he just moved a few feet, and he didn't yelp or anything, but he ran away. I never saw him again for that. And I mean, that's probably an anger issue, I guess. But
Well, one time kicking a dog is an anger issue.
it changed my world as far as animal treatment goes. I've never seen him since. And I need to apologize for that to him. I know it sounds weird. My relationship with animals is kind of like they're like people too. They have souls.
What you need to do is
So I kick him.
apologize to Travis.
Kick souls.
Yeah, I can't help you anymore if you're not gonna help yourself.
You asked
I
me
really
prior.
can't. I can't, Jodi. You can keep talking till you blue in the face. And
Is he like one of the first people who's just like, I'm not listening to this anymore?
do you have anything else that you need to tell me?
You would ask me what have I been up to in the weeks since I got back.
Mhm.
What did you mean by that?
Just what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Because I know this thing has to be weighing pretty heavy on you.
I've been trying to put his death behind me. If I did anything that had anything to do with his death in any way,
It's not if to me.
I wouldn't.
It's not if. It's not if at all.
Well, to me, it is. I would be more than remorseful.
Is it maybe something you're blocking out of your head?
I don't think so. I mean, I tend to write everything down. I just finished the book, The Road Less Traveled, and he said, the true definition of sanity is dedication to reality at all costs. So I think at times, I may have, prayed or meditated upon a certain way, like me being wealthy or something like that. But
Well, this is definitely reality. We are sitting here inside of an office, the sheriff's department, and you are facing first-degree murder charges.
what is the
And you
difference?
are going to be put into jail, and eventually you will be brought back to Arizona, and you will stand trial. That's the reality. And once you realize that, I think you'll be better for it. And if you really wanted to embrace reality, you would sit here and explain to me why this happened. But you refuse. You refuse to embrace reality.
I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I had issues with Travis. If anything, he had more issues with me. I've had worse issues with other people. They're all still alive. I'm still friends with my ex-boyfriends. They're all still alive.
I've been doing this a long time. And there's one thing that I can never get out of my head. Ever since the first day I talked to you. There's an old saying that someone's just not acting right.
Nice line, Copernicus.
You have not acted right from day one. From day one when I talked to you on that phone, I just sensed that you weren't acting like somebody who used to love this guy or who still loved him, even as a close friend. And even now, when I told you
It was
that
his.
I have all this evidence against you.
Still don't know why she didn't take it, though.
And that you're facing first-degree murder charges. You're just not acting right, Jodi. You're acting like somebody who's guilty.
How so?
How so? I thought I was pretending so well.
I know because I've been doing it a long time. It's
It's
taken
not
me a
that I
long
don't-
time to figure it out. But within the first 30 seconds to a minute of a conversation, I know when somebody's acting right. There's a certain way people act.
How did I act
Okay,
that would
it's
make
not
you
like-
think?
It's not
Yes.
like TV. It's not anything like that.
They
It's
do.
not what you see in the movies. I see reality. When I accuse somebody of committing a heinous crime or something very serious, reality
it's in, and they definitely act a certain way. And that's not you. You act just like everybody else who I accuse of doing a crime, who did it. There's no other way to tell you.
Is it because I'm not crying?
It's not because of that.
What is it? I mean, I'm not going to change how I act.
No,
so
obviously you
just-
can't change what you're
No, I
acting.
mean, I am who I am.
Okay, you're sincere in the way you're acting, but
Well, how is
you're just not telling the truth.
How is it different?
Well, it's not really something you need to focus on anymore. I think you need to focus on the truth. That it's something that you refuse. So if you don't want to continue, then we'll just move on to the next step.
It's not that I didn't love Travis, and it's not that I don't still love him, but I really needed to move on.
Mhm.
And the last,
What prevented you from moving on? Nobody was preventing you from moving on.
well, the only person preventing me really from moving on was myself. And until I made that step and I moved back, moved away, and we communicated gradually less and less and less, and I was fine with that. I haven't found the man that I want to marry, the person I want to spend my life with. But in my mind, Travis did, and I was happy for him. And I thought there was also a part of me that felt, if I stay, I'm going to jeopardize that for him as well. We both deserve to be happy. We both deserve to have, be married in the temple. And that's where he wanted to go. So, I mean, I didn't know that Mimi didn't feel that way. I had never spoken to her except at church when I came down to Arizona. I was really worried. And it was the bishop who told me that, she had essentially turned him down. And the last few, now that I think about it, he was really just in his attitude and stuff. And I just thought maybe that's just because we're just beginning to more distance ourselves. And, he still had a trip plan to come up here. I just, the reason I don't know, it's not that I'm not remorseful that he died. I didn't kill him. I didn't take his life.
Did you have anything to do with it?
I have nothing to do with his death at all.
You guys are the best.
At all. The reason I hesitate is because
That's what I
maybe
thought in
this
my
is
head.
something that's wrong with me psychologically. Is I think of the butterfly effect, and it's like you could say that the guy pumping gas down at the gas station could have potentially, because you see all these movies, these funky movies where it's like this affected this, which affected this, which affected this. If he had never done this,
I know if you'd never met him, he probably would still be alive.
that's true.
Yeah, that's because you killed him.
No,
Jodi, you did.
I did not.
Jodi, you can't convince me otherwise unless you come up with more proof. But you didn't. But I can't prove that
Could it-
anybody else did. No, it couldn't have.
Well, what about if the car comes back that it was never
I don't
in
know.
that area?
It still doesn't negate the fact that we have this other evidence. I mean, this is absolutely some of the best evidence I've ever had in a case. And I convicted a few people on less than this.
Well, so I'm as good as done, right? With that evidence.
Yeah.
I just can't admit to something that I didn't do. If it would help my case and give me an easier sentence, I know people plead guilty for those
You know,
things.
and I don't want you to do that.
I don't want you to plead guilty.
That is the absolute last thing I want.
Well, I know
What I want to do is I want to sit here with you and I want to go over why you visited him that day, what you guys talked about, what caused you to get so angry, and the details on how it happened. And it's something that you probably don't want to remember, but it's something that I need, because for me to finish a case completely, I need to know not just the details, but what was going through your mind. Because I need to present that as a full picture. Because if I don't feel that I've completed my job. Then my job is to speak for him, not anybody else. My job isn't to speak for you. My job isn't to speak for his family. It's to speak for Travis. And I know something horrible happened that day. Absolutely horrible. Something that could have been avoided. Whether something was planned, I don't know. Whether you planned it or whether it accidentally happened or something got out of hand, I don't know. All I could do is speculate. And I want to believe that you're not this cold-hearted person that could just go out and do something like this to somebody. I want to believe that, like a lot of people, things got out of control And before you knew it, it was too late. That's what I want to believe. And that's truly from my heart. Because I sit here and I talk to you, and I'm talking to you now, and all those conversations we had on the phone, and I don't see a cold-hearted murderer like you would see on TV or that I've seen before sit across from me. That's not what I see in you. And I'm going to call it begging. I'm begging you to at least come clean and tell me why. Because I don't want to leave here today not knowing, because it's going to follow me forever.
I wish that I had answers. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wish you did too.
You need to just let the answers come out.
There's just no reason. There's just no reason.
There's no good reason why it happened. There's never a good reason why somebody dies like this.
How many times was Travis stabbed?
More than I want to remember. And I'm not going to sit here and show you pictures of him after the fact. I don't do that. That's not how I work. That is not for me to do.
You notice she's
But
crying
eventually those photos will come out.
only when she knows she's cornered and has nothing to do with Travis.
Jodi. Jodi, we're here now. We're right here. I think you're feeling the reality in the moment now.
Yep.
No, I'm just feeling all of the things that I'm going to potentially miss out on.
There it
with
is.
My family, and I think of all the things that Travis's family is gonna miss out on with Travis. And he had brothers and sisters, and I have brothers and sisters. And he... It's not fair.
It's not fair, but this is where we are.
I mean, I know that he's in a good place, and I know that he's fine. I know that he's doing great. But what about all of his friends, all of his family that are here, and they're just going through all this? And I know that it's temporary, but it's so very much right now.
Want to talk about me? Want to talk about I? Want to talk about number
There's
one?
just no reason I would ever want to hurt them.
Well, whether you wanted to is a different question.
I'm just saying.
I don't think you wanted to. I really don't think you wanted to. This speaks for itself.
Right?
It speaks for itself, Jodi. It goes beyond speculation. This is way beyond speculation. This is downright proof. But there's no backstory to it. All I know is that I need a story, or else it's just cold. It's so cold. You don't look like the person that would plan something like this. You're just not that person. I can believe other things, but not that. But without the truth, I can't paint another picture. And it's going to be up to the prosecutor to paint that picture. And if you want that prosecutor, and I've met him,
And
you don't
he's
want him
gonna.
painting that picture. Because he is good at what he does. I've worked with
Yeah,
him
he is.
before. And you allow him to paint that picture for you, it's not going to be good.
It looks like you don't really need anything. It just looks like, I mean, it looks like you don't even need a good prosecutor anyway. So, I mean,
You're right.
I have to maintain my innocence. I can't admit to doing something I haven't done. And part of me wants to cop out and say it.
No.
Well,
If you're going to cop out, it's because you're telling the truth.
that's not really copping
Okay.
out.
Yeah, I don't want you to sit here and tell me a lie to appease me. That is the worst thing you can do for me. But back there in that mind of yours is somebody screaming to get out and tell me what happened, but you just can't.
Oh, yeah. Let me out! Let me out of here!
He has done nothing but, I mean, except for some mean words that he said. People have said worse to me, or just as bad. Except for that, he's helped me, he's given me money, he was selling me his car on the
Then why?
easiest,
Then why,
lamest
Jodi,
terms
why?
ever. There's no reason why.
It just happens.
That's funny.
There's just no
Well, I
reason.
have more work to do.
Can you give me a rundown of what's going to happen from here when you leave?
Yeah, you're,
Like,
You're
just
welcome.
today, for example.
well, you'll probably be taken across the street to the county jail. You'll be processed through there,
Yeah, she wants to know what's going to happen to her.
set in front of a judge, at least within 24 hours. And there's a warrant for your arrest, and the bond is $2 million.
Ha.
If you come up with a $2 million bond, then the judge will decide whether to, accept that $2 million or not. At that point, we're going to file extradition.
2
papers,
million.
Basically, our courts are saying,
Jeez.
hey, you have someone in custody on one of our charges. We want them brought back to Arizona, or at least allow us to come pick them up. And that's called an extradition hearing. You will be given the opportunity to
Do
either
not pass
waive it
go.
and say, that's fine, I'll just go on my own goodwill. Or you can fight it and say, no, I don't want to go back to Arizona.
I'm surprised she
Let's
didn't
see
say,
how long
is that the
it
largest
goes.
bond that's ever been set?
At that point, the judge would say, okay, she's not fighting this, so come get her. And then we would go.
What if I did fight? Then what happens?
Then you would have a hearing,
Oh,
like a little
so
trial,
it just
not a
delays the
trial.
inevitable, basically.
It delays it.
And costs people taxpayers money.
And then you'll.
Taxpayers'
be
money!
Transferred
She and
over
the
to
lead
Maricopa County
detective
Jail.
should get together. I can't pull.
Start your court proceedings.
Brandi can pull. I can't pull.
I've already filed these charges. You went to a grand jury and the grand jury indicted you.
So it's all public now?
It's public record.
So does everyone know?
If somebody goes on and checks public record, they can check it. And they would come up with an indictment against you for murder.
But it's going to be on the news tonight.
We don't report anything to the news.
Has his family called today?
They don't even know that I'm talking to you
But they've been calling every day.
every day.
Are you going to tell
I
them?
talk to them every day. How would you feel if your little brother or little sister was killed?
I've been wanting to call every day too, but I didn't want to
Oh.
look obsessive. So I just tried to limit it to once a week.
Oh, called them. Oh,
Will I be able to see my family before it comes?
I don't know.
almost
I
had
don't
to
know
mute
what- I don't know
myself.
what their procedures are here at this county, in this county.
Can I talk to somebody about my affairs that need to be taken care of?
You'll have to do it over the phone.
Gotta be
or
the
they'll
owner.
visit you. I don't
Gotta be the owner of the
I'd have to
channel.
go over the phone because the person that would take care of my stuff lives far away.
We'll get pretty much everything but pin and pull. That didn't sound
know. Are
right.
we done?
How long is it all going to take? You said you already
I don't
filed
know.
paperwork.
I don't know. I need to go see. The procedures are different here in California than they are in Arizona.
Too
I'm used
late.
to Procedures in Arizona. So I'm getting help from this county and the deputies here, and they're assisting me. So I need to get with them and find out how long it's going to take.
This is a really trivial question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am.
Yep. Yes, it is.
But
Here it is.
before they bug me, can I clean myself up a little bit?
You're going to be taken the way you are. I can't give you anything else.
How soon?
I don't know.
Like 5 minutes? 2
I would
hours?
say within an hour. Okay, it could be 5 minutes. It could be 50 minutes. I need to go talk to my associates here. And if at any time you feel like you need to tell me something, you just go ahead and approach me.
Um,
Okay.
Can I use the bathroom?
Yeah, I'll get someone to come take you.
You know, I'm not like violent. I'm not going to run. It's Wairika. So, I mean, do I have to go in handcuffs everywhere? That's just procedure.
Yep. So everybody can see you in
Whether you wrote
handcuffs.
a bad check or you're facing murder charges, you're gonna go in handcuffs. That's just the way it is. Okay. They'll take different precautions for different people. It's the same for everybody. I'm sorry.
Who do I ask when I'm starting to get a phone call or two?
Once you get booked into the job.
Do you help me again?
If it's like ours, they give you a phone, you can make as many calls as you want.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me see if there's somebody to take you to the restroom.
It's not too urgent, but like maybe in the next 10 minutes I really need to go.
Well, here's her booking photo. Her eyebrows do look like Brandi's tattooed ones. Wairika! Thank you so much. Thanks for being you too. Right back at you. Thank you. We appreciate that. What is she doing? She's actually probably using her hands to clean up her eyeliner because maybe she did cry and she's worried that it's... Yep, that's what she's doing right now. She is. Now she's fixing her hair.
You should have at least done your makeup, Jodi. Gosh.
Oh! You should have at least done your makeup, Jodi. Gosh.
I didn't hear you breathe.
Oh, here comes the singing.
Wonder how am I still here? And I don't want to lose a thing. It might change my memory. And I won't go. And I can't breathe until you're resting here with me. And I won't go. And I can't hide. And I won't leave. Until you're resting here with me. I didn't hear you breathe.
This is 1.5. Let's slow it down. Let's see. See if she starts again. Is she gonna start singing again? I don't know. We'll speed back up. She starts singing, I'll slow it down again. That's true, Dean. That's true. Also very, very true. Timing. Did she just check the trash? Sorry, Amos. My bad. She just laughed at her. What? Oh my gosh. It was the speed up. There it is. Hold on. Pause. 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 For the cause, as my grandfather would say. Here we go. Here we go. She didn't even think about it. She was just like, all right, here we go. Yes, deep exhale, please. Oh, it's the headstand. That was so great. Truly, that was fantastic. Because Jodi. Don't that ain't your paper. Put it back.
Holy night. The stars are brightly shining. This is the day of our dear Savior's birth.
There it is. You see, that's how. That's
He knows our needs. Hear the angel voices. Oh, night divine. Oh,
Freebird.
night when Christ was born. Oh, night.
You know, I'm not great, but she definitely needs to work on her breathing. But also, she's probably not singing all the way, so you know, she's at like 70%. Oh, 1-2 party at the county jail. At herself, yes, at herself. What is she doing? What does she have? Oh. What? What just happened? She had it coming. She had it coming. You guys. It's a nice day for a white wedding. I'm so pretty, oh so pretty. I'm so pretty and witty and gay, and I pity. Jeez. I knew you'd pick up on that. Good night, Lisa Wilmot. Thank you. Don't go. Is that what happened? Because I missed that. She's flossing. Good grief. Oh, back. Sorry. I forgot that there was a B-side. How dare I? Do creep. I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. What's a B-side? There once was this thing called... Oh, I need to go back. Yeah, cassettes, vinyls, 8 tracks. No, that's not true. Well, somebody can fix that. if I'm wrong. Old DVDs did have two sides to them. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Also, don't go. Yeah, I know they had like channels like 1, 2, 3, 4. I used to have an 8-track player, and boy, I miss it a lot. Edgar Winter Band. Edgar Winters on 8-track was awesome. No, it didn't freeze. She's literally staying there. I don't know. Oh, somebody's coming in soon. Yes, technically yes. But also, I was raised right, dang it. Behind me is like an entire thing of vinyl, and there's some 8-tracks back there as well. Oh dear.
Go ahead and stop it there and just turn around. Your hands behind your back.
Oh, I like that sound. Oh, there it is. Yep. Yeah, I have like the majority of Frank Sinatra and some other stuff, some original presses. All right, so that, I believe, was yes. So that was day 1 of interrogation. Now we move on to day 2, which I'm very excited to see as well, because guess what? She's not in her clothes anymore. Oh, you're sitting there. Didn't get great sleep last night. Is she singing again?
Just remember in the winter, far beneath the earth lies the sea.
Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Wait. Wait a second. She's like a dog. By that I mean in how she scratches her head. I feel bad for her, but look. She said I got an itch. Her hands are... Oh, well, no, they're probably chained to her belt, right? She had an itch on the top of her head. Good grief. Good gravy, y'all. All right.
All right. If you want to go ahead and stand up for me, as I take these cuffs off, just go ahead and put your hands down at the waist, okay?
More rules.
You know, especially these types of cuffs aren't the most...
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Riding all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Yeah, Kathy needs to know. Yep.
You're not going to give us any problems being out of the cuffs. You really don't look like the type that would.
Yeah, you don't look like the type who would. Rock Hunter is not Hunter, so just
Okay. Today's date is July 16th, and my name is Detective Rachel Blaney, and I'm here with Jodi Arias. Is that how you say your last name? Arias. Okay, I'm sorry. This is just formality, and this is, if I have to, write up a report of what we talked about, at least I know word for word, what you said, and there's no mistakes. Okay, so it's for your own protection or good that we record it. And before we go any further, I need to read your Miranda rights again, just to make sure that you understand. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes.
Anything you
But
say
not
is against your
feasibility.
report. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have the right to the presence of an attorney before and during any questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before any questioning if you want. Do you understand that? Okay. The reason that I wanted to talk with you this morning, there's a couple of reasons actually. I have been privy to the investigation and all of the evidence in this case, and to your conversation with Detective Flores yesterday. And there's really no, let me say this, it's obvious to me that, you're not a typical suspect. You come from a good home, a good family. Your parents obviously care about you.
But only because of her, right? They did a great job.
And you're a bright girl.
Flores was awesome.
Probably more intelligent than you were letting on yesterday. And there's no question in my mind or any of the other investigators' mind that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether, you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? Because I think that is what happened, honestly, and looking at everything and all of the facts and talking to people. I think in every person that anybody could be capable of harming another person. I think it's in our nature, and generally most people suppress that. But I think given the right circumstances and the right time and the right place, anybody could be capable of harming another person. I see that on a regular basis. What I generally see are the cold-hearted, ruthless types. What I don't see very often, Jodi, are people like yourself that are intelligent and spiritual and caring, and so I tend to believe that it wasn't an incident of circumstance, if you will. It looks as if, this guy, Travis, befriended you, you got into this relationship, and it certainly looks to me like he took advantage of your generosity and your kindness.
They're doing it again.
Detectives had
Same tactic.
you as a player.
And guess what? It's gonna work.
And I don't think that that's very far off from everything that I've seen. And I don't think there's a woman out there that hasn't been treated badly or taken advantage of by a man like that. And I'm hoping, because you come from a good family and because you have a decent background, I'm hoping that you'll be smart about things and make some choices for yourself to help better your situation.
Nicely done.
When this hits the news, and it'll go to the media. Do you want to be portrayed
I like it.
That cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. That's not, that won't be our words or their words when they do a press release, but that's what, the media will take a look at the facts and that's what they'll portray it as. Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that didn't mean to have any of this happen? It just got out of hand and you're remorseful. Which way do you want to go? How do you want to portray yourself? You're a businesswoman, is that correct? Okay. And you have a couple of different businesses going, right? So you're a smart girl, Jodi, smart woman. You got to have a lot on the ball to be, your own businesswoman. And balancing everything the way you do, because it sounds like you got a lot going on and a lot of juggling and balancing. You're obviously very organized, well-read.
I would say well-read, but not organized.
Not organized? Myself.
I procrastinate, so papers pile up and things don't get filed on time, and I lose stuff, and I find it later when I don't need it anymore. You know, when I do need it, I can't find it. So
Okay.
just general stuff.
Maybe you're not as organized as I had thought.
So
Certainly
I
human.
try. I mean, I go through these periods where it's like today is devoted to organization, and then I'll get organized, and it'll be that way for a little while, and I'll kind of let it slide, and then I'll have to go back and clean up again.
All right.
You don't have much to organize now.
I think that, the reason you're here is I think that you should have just at least one more shot at,
So,
the opportunity
I hear you
to
lost your camera in the washer, huh?
do the right thing. You say that you're spiritual, right? Those are my words, not yours, but that's certainly what I got out of, reading everything and looking at everything, that, you have some sort of relationship with God, or, some sort of deep spirituality, and so did Travis. And it sounds like, you cared about what Travis's family thought of him, maybe what they thought of you. I don't know if you ever met them. Okay. Were they good people?
And I didn't meet his family at his services, but I saw some of his sisters, and he talked about them a lot. And he talked about how proud he was of all of his brothers and sisters, because he did come from a rough background, but they both did really well.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine that keeping all of this in, I can only imagine, because I've never been there myself, but I can only imagine that keeping all of this in is just tearing you apart inside. It's not hard to tell that. You have portrayed yourself as being very strong, but you can see it in your eyes, Jodi.
It's not like, it's not that I'm in my dad said that Detective Flores told him that I was just cold yesterday. And it's not that I'm cold. I'm just resolute. And it's not that I haven't cried. And that's all I've done for the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to work part-time, and at my job I need to be a happy,
Called
cheery
guilt.
person. So I've got to suppress all
That
of that.
picture of her
and
foot,
act while I'm
it looked a lot like this.
And if I'm going to get any more clients for my business, I have to be an attractive person in my personality. So it's not like I haven't been grieving him since I heard about him.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Hold on, let me see.
You have an image. I understand that. You have an image to uphold, and you have to portray, that you're a together, savvy woman. Not somebody who's falling apart. So that's understandable.
But I fall apart when people aren't looking, and when it's at night and I go to sleep.
I wish
Travis
that I
always
could.
used to call me, not always, but very frequently. And so that's the hardest part, is when I go to sleep at night. And if he wasn't calling, then I just call him. And sometimes I would just call anyway to hear his voicemail.
So let me go back to.
Does anybody know where that foot was originally from, though?
Because again, there's no doubt in anybody's mind what happened that day. There's no doubt that you were involved that day that Travis died.
Listen, I know that I wasn't involved in Travis' death.
Okay. But hold on. What you need to decide is, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded killer?
Oh, that's what I was getting at.
Or do you want to be portrayed as somebody that was taken advantage of, and if things just one thing led to another, you thought your relationship was headed in one direction and it wasn't, or I don't know exactly the circumstances because I wasn't there, but I would certainly think that it's to your benefit to appear as.
I'm looking for another.
Happened. You didn't plan it. It was it was a heated moment.
Volume booster.
You didn't mean to hurt him, because you didn't mean to hurt him, did you?
I've hurt him very much emotionally, and I never meant to hurt him.
Okay.
He said that I hurt him more than the death of his father.
And I believe that. How are you going to come clean with yourself, between you and God, if you can't even, look his family in the face and show remorse? I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant any of this to happen. I think that things got out of control and you didn't know what to do and you panicked. And I would certainly like your parents to see that, your friends to see that, instead of the cold-hearted killer that the evidence is screaming to show. And this is, at a certain point, you gotta do what's right. You gotta make things right for yourself, because otherwise it's gonna eat inside of you. You're gonna be sitting in that cell with all of this churning inside of you, and it's gonna eat you up. And just because I'm a cop doesn't mean that I don't care, about humanity and people.
Yeah, that's going to be the most frustrating part.
Judging you. I'm trying to help you out.
Thank you, Jim Bob.
I'm trying to give you a
Yes.
chance to make things right. You know, show the families that you do.
What just happened? Why did it stop? Whoa. See, I tried to, hold on. Shoot. All right, hold on.
Apologize for the things that you've done if that's what makes you feel better, you know, whatever it is. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be a cold-blooded killer.
How's that? Is that better?
And the media is going to feed off of that. You know, when this goes to trial, the media is there. It's not kept a secret.
I found an app for that.
Like the O.J. Simpsons.
I'm such a nerd.
You know, nobody respected him afterwards, even though he maintained his innocence. How do you want to be portrayed? Do you want to be portrayed as the person that you are, a decent person who's had some tough times and you know, just didn't make the right choices at the time? Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that doesn't care about anybody or anything?
I don't know if we could start all over again,
You know,
but
I don't want to be portrayed as a cold-blooded murderer. I believe that. I believe that everybody wants to tell the truth, because to keep that lie in carries you up emotionally, physically, mentally. I see that over and over and over again with people. And I believe that you don't want to be portrayed in the negative light that I've already. And I'm not making that stuff up. I mean, that's just reality, Jodi. That's the way our society works. That's the way this world works.
I like it when I find things that
And
fix other
are
things.
moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, you know, before things, you know, start getting heavy. This is your opportunity to help yourself out.
Me too.
When the jury looks at it, those are the things that they're going to be mulling around in their mind when they decide what type of sentence to hand out, or when they make a recommendation to the judge. Those are the sorts of things that turn a jury.
What?
And the juries sometimes can be fickle, but I've never seen a case with so much concrete, hard evidence. We don't need you to tell us.
It's called
anything.
FX sound. Takes whatever your computer's outputting, editing output, and you can fix it.
Arizona's case goes no matter what. They've got a rock solid case.
It's probably installing a bunch of malware onto my computer right now, but it works.
So what you say is basically irrelevant to their case. Not relevant, but it's not going to make it any better for them. But it certainly can help you out.
How can it help me? I mean, how can what I tell you today affect the media?
Oh, I'm sorry. I needed to full screen that.
You take control of the situation as much as you can and paint whatever kind of picture you want to paint of yourself. Nobody's going to believe that you didn't do it after
I said what I said.
The evidence. It's just, it is what it is. But it's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation?
Hold on.
And paint the picture of who you are, because you're the only one that knows that? Or do you want the media to take the evidence, all of the facts and the information, and paint their own picture of you? And as smart as you are, you know as well as I do that the media doesn't like to paint.
How's the volume now?
Pictures. They would much rather paint
better?
The vicious, cold-blooded killer, because that sells. Am I right? So, do you want to control your situation, paint your own picture, or do you want to let somebody else do that for you?
I don't feel like I have any control over what the media says anyway.
Well, you do to a certain degree. You can have the opportunity to tell your side of the story. You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy, Travis, building some sort of what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Because I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, possibilities of marriage, and I know that is, you know, a cornerstone
down from my
of your faith. is marriage and family.
Audio interface
Is this something
instead.
that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path?
Okay.
You
Try
know,
that.
did he take advantage of you? Were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only
How
you know
about
that.
now?
But certainly, if that was the situation, they would look at you in a better light than if you just went in there and just killed the guy just because you're a cold-hearted person. You know, the reasons why are what's going to give you a better portrayal, a better light that you're portrayed in. That's why the reasons why are so important to you, and that's how you can take control. When you leave, you know, since you can and go back to Arizona, which eventually you will, whether you fight the extradition or not, that's just kind of a.
Yeah, she was only ever worried about how
Yeah,
she looked.
It's going to happen eventually. You're not going to have the opportunity to do this again. And I'm certainly.
Hey, Kane's fan.
You know, not going back to Arizona. I won't have the opportunity.
Thank you.
And the shot will be gone.
I am what I am.
You're detected.
This is our jurisdiction. It's our county. So, you know, part of this investigation, if you will, is on us. So I've taken an interest.
1 second.
In this case, you know, I saw you and I read all this information, and I'm like, man, you know, she's not the typical person that we see in here.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Not personal questions. I
Not personal questions. I don't want to know about you. I want to talk about me.
It'll be transferred to Arizona. It's held in evidence. There's a list of everything that was taken, and a copy of that was left at each
location. And it was a carbon copy, so my parents couldn't read it all. My grandparents couldn't read everything. They told me some of the things, and some of the things were like on camera, for example, which is fine. I understand that. My concern is other people. For example, I'm a wedding photographer, and I just did a wedding on Friday, and I feel bad for Brian and his wife Katie because those are their wedding pictures. That's all they have at their wedding. And I just want to know when I'll be able to get the wedding pictures.
I don't know when. I don't know how.
As a wedding photographer,
this could go on for
That's
quite a
the
while.
only thing I have to remember to do.
you're gonna take
They're not
photos
gonna
of a
destroy
wedding.
the wedding pictures. They're not going to get rid of them or anything like that.
Don't murder
Yeah.
somebody.
I just take pride in my work, and I guess I'm not going to have a chance to edit them and make them really beautiful. Like they already turned out really good, but like Photoshop, I just do all kinds of neat effects, and they turn out.
We are
like
1.25. I took it
So-
back to 1.
That won't be the case this time, but at least the hard files are there for them. And if they're not going to get them forever and ever, it's going to suck for them. But as long as they get them eventually,
They'll get them eventually.
and also
I think that go ahead.
My sister, I don't know what her problem is. I mean, she's far less messed up than I am, I guess, but she's in a program right now in Klamath Falls for till the end of August, rehabilitating from something. And my mom, we write her. We only get to talk to her once a week, and my mom is going to send pictures because I have on my external drive. I have a bunch of pictures of her and I that we just were doing this with, just taking pictures of each other on her prom night because I helped her do her hair and I helped her, take pictures, and then I dropped her off, and she just wanted some of those to have. If she's all done up glamorous, and she's like, I can't remember what I look like without makeup. And I did a photo shoot with my little brother last week, and they turned out really good, and she wanted those pictures too. She doesn't have access to any of them now. Those are all family treasures, and I did that, of course, because it's for them, and it's, but I would have made her a CD, but my CD-ROM just wasn't working right, and I just didn't get around to making it because I didn't have the proper tools to do it. And she just wants those to mail to Angela.
Well, see, these are the sorts of things that, paint the picture of a good, decent person where things just went a little wrong. You showing so much concern and care.
Do you know what happened to my journals too?
I wasn't there when
I know they said they took one. I don't know if they took my other ones
Oh, they took them all.
in my fireproof safe.
Okay. I'm not sure. They have a hard copy, an actual copy, an original copy.
Good night, Marilyn.
that
If you
They
want
can
my
take it.
journals, it documents the entire time starting from when I moved to Arizona up until 2 or 3 years ago.
where's that safe at? Is that
It's
at
under
your?
my bed. They said they looked
Oh,
through
okay.
it.
Well, then if there was anything,
I don't know if they
Yeah,
felt
they
it was
felt
relevant,
necessary.
but
I
I'm sure Travis got a lot of ink in my journals. I don't know. It doesn't matter now because I know you guys think what you think, but
it's not, the job of the detectives, any detective, is to determine, what happened, whether a person, is there evidence that would clear you, evidence that would convict you, etc. We're totally neutral going in. And it's not a matter of, our opinion and what we think. It's a matter of taking a look at all of the evidence and knowing. And, I think you're not grasping the reality of this situation.
No
and hearing,
kidding.
what
Or
your
grasping
concerns are.
reality
You should
in
be
general.
concerned for yourself right now. You should be fighting for yourself. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jodi. You're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now.
there's really nothing to fight for. If I fight, it just
If
makes me
you
look
fight,
worse.
If you fight,
And if
All
if
about
I
how
give
you look.
false confession, that just makes it look just as bad.
No, we
There's really nothing.
we don't want a false confession. That's absolutely not what anybody ever wants, ever. I was just hoping to give you the opportunity to show the world, to show the community, to show the jury, to show Travis's family that you do have a heart, that you do care, that you are a good person. And maybe things went askew that day. I'm giving you scenarios with what happened that day because I wasn't there. I don't know, the emotions that led up to it. There was obviously a lot of emotion. That's very clear. There was a lot of emotion that day in what happened. And so I'm trying, it's kind of like pulling teeth here. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to help yourself, to show the world, to show the community, to show Travis's family that you do have remorse, that you are a good person. And that doesn't benefit me in any way.
Let's see.
I get no benefit out of this. My
Let's see if it
job
says it on
is the
her
same
website.
whether I'm sitting here or at home, whatever. I was trying to give you that opportunity. And I asked if I could talk to you today to do that. Makes no difference to me, personally.
Gosh.
But it sure can make a difference for you.
Her website has a 2022 photo, and it has an extended bio,
And you let
which
this
I would
eat at
love
you,
to read to you all.
and it's going to destroy you or change you in a way that you wouldn't want. And it comes a time in somebody's life, there's always a pinnacle in somebody's life where you have the opportunity to define who you are. Do you want the murder of Travis to define who you are? Or do you want to take control of that and do it yourself? Everybody makes mistakes, some bigger than others. And I think this is the time in your life.
This video is almost over.
This is the time, Jodi.
And if you all want me to read it, I will read it.
This is the time to take control more than
I haven't even read the whole thing yet.
And at least show the people that you love and care about that you have remorse and that you have a heart.
Oh, probably. I would hope so.
Because when they sit there and they see somebody that's just stone cold and saying they didn't do it when it's clear to everybody that you did, that's what they're going to see, is a stone cold person. This is your opportunity to change that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. All right. Sorry, I was going through I was going through this website trying to see if I could figure out. I was going through some of the programming or the coding to see if I could find a buy line, but I can't. Oh, there's your 2022 picture of Jodi. Do you know who she looks like now? She looks like, now that I said it. Hold on. One moment, please. That's it. Linda Cardellini. Yeah, for sure. Does anybody think so? Do you know what I'm talking about? Probably not. This gal, the one who played like Velma in Scooby Doo. I'm probably not right. Anyways, yeah, she did. She found some eyeliner. Looks like she's got a base of some sort going on. I think the blush is just the sun. But when was Jennifer Lawrence? Maybe a little bit. She looks like the wall behind her. Jim Bob. When was the last post? I guess I'd have to look at the gallery, maybe. Sort by latest. Self-portrait. Does it give a date? No, but the copyright at the bottom's 2023, so they've definitely touched this, and it's definitely being used for sure. All right. Jodi's bio. So this is her brief bio. Her brief bio is the act of creating art has been with me since I was old enough to hold a crayon and has remained a part of my life in varying degrees, from mere dabbling to blissful obsession. She used obsession. Okay. Is that a regular t-shirt? With a lanyard? Is that the standard these days? Huh. All right. She's incarcerated. Appealing the life sentence I was given. See justiceforjodi.com. We're going to take a quick detour. Raising money for her appeals. Jodi's parents endorse the site? What? That. Yes. Is this for real? I mean, they're victims. They didn't mean to do this. I mean, they didn't know Jodi was going to do this. Hey, Wairika.
My name is Bill Arias. This is Sandy, my wife. We're the parents of Jodi Arias.
Hi, everyone. We'd like to thank you for donating at Justice for Jodi.
When's the last time this came out? 2023. It's been updated. Good grief. We're not going to continue that, but I do like the fact that more videos includes Night Court right here. Myths about Jodi Arias. The self-defense strategy. Oh, I guarantee you they drag Kirk through the mud. I mean, she levied a lawsuit against him, right? Good grief. The incident leading to Travis's death began with his attacking Jodi. She has large gaps in her memory because of what followed due to her blacking out. Jodi's defense team wouldn't present second-degree murder at trial as opposed to self-defense. Good grief. Hold on, wait. Mythbusters, misconceptions. There's only one on here. The self-defense strategy. There's more buttons to donate than there are the myths being busted. Oh, gosh. The alphabetary. The alphabetary. Oh, my God. There's an entire dictionary, y'all. Entire dictionary. Justice Denied, Part 1, Part 2. Oh, we're going to... Yeah. We'll go through these. We'll go through these eventually, for sure. For sure. Back to her bio. Here's her expanded bio. When I was 2 and 3 years old, I would climb out of bed, make my way downstairs to the master bedroom, and wake up my mom, who loved sleeping in. She would set me up in the living room with cartoons, crayons, and a coloring book, then go back to sleep. Okay. Let me sleep, Jodi. I scribbled, yes. Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I scribbled in my book intermittently, entranced by the colors I could put on paper, and by Tom chasing Jerry or Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner. Some of the darker, boy, I wish he would have went the way of Tom and or Jerry and just didn't talk. Some of the darker crayons look the same. I couldn't read, but I distinguished them by their colored wrappers. It seemed like magic the way purple or blue became so vivid on the page. In kindergarten, I loved painting, but the teacher, kind as she was, told me to stop and go do other activities when I didn't listen to her directive to not mix the colors. By age 12, my parents had taken notice of my interest in visual art and enrolled me in an after-school art class. This was the best classroom I ever entered. Up to that point, instead of handing out textbooks and assigning homework, the teacher passed out art supplies. I was thrilled to take art as an elective in middle school. The period for art class fell between math and science, an oasis in the middle of the day. The art teacher was a Vietnam veteran who enjoyed working on his own projects alongside his students. He understood the fickle nature of inspiration and allowed me to continue working on a poster-sized bulldog I had been rendering in charcoal, while much of the rest of the class moved on to make papier-mâché masks. Those are the ninjas she was talking about, probably. My family and I moved to Wairika, California, the summer before I started high school. Art was not available as an elective to freshman students. This class was so high in demand that I would have to wait until my sophomore year to take it. When I finally enrolled, I was assigned to the first period class. I could not have designed a better way to start a day of school. I think if I had to relive every moment for the next 1,000 years by starting each day in that class, I would call it paradise. Well, I mean, she can go to that class in her head spaces, right? When I was 16, my grandmother gave me an old collection of oil paints and brushes that had been gathering dust. She was not a painter, and I never asked her how she came by those or why she saved them. But sometimes I like to think it was destiny, like Hercules. I sat at her kitchen table and brushed some musty-smelling yellow ochre paint onto a thin sheet of printer paper, having no idea how oils worked. After several minutes, a ring of grease had formed around the pigment, as if I had dropped some oily cheese there instead. Could have been. Grandma said I needed canvas. You guys, this is insane. Why? Why is this? All right, hold on. We're going to skip some of the art stuff. All right. I found photography as a kid, and though I lacked the equipment to produce refined work, I had fun photographing friends, pets, and my toddler siblings. In my 20s, I purchased better photo equipment and began building a portfolio of weddings and portraits. I enjoyed editing images that enhanced a couple's recollection of an important shared rite. As I began booking more weddings and receiving referrals for other engaged couples, I started to see a creative outlet through which I could generate a viable income. Then I completely derailed my life. When I went to jail, I stopped thinking about art for a while, grappling with what I then thought was the end of my life. I focused very little on creativity. I drew my sister's portrait and sent it to my mom, but for a time, I drew nothing else. I began drafting a memoir I never finished, with ideas of turning it over to my family or legal team, then killing myself. That got dark real fast. Eventually, the months turned to years, and I turned to art again. The women in jail would sit for me, and I practiced drawing their portraits. Sometimes I practiced on their skin by giving them tattoos. So she's a tattoo artist now. What? Many of these women had already been to prison and were back for another round. You didn't get that chance because it's life. They regaled me with stories of the myriad art supplies that would be available when I got to Perryville, the women's prison in Goodyear, Arizona. They spoke of art shows hosted by the prison for the public and programs that fostered artistic pursuits. Compared to county jail, Perryville sounded like Disneyland. I didn't tell them I had no intention of making it to prison. A few years in, I wrote my brother from jail and asked if he would list my drawings on his eBay account. He agreed, and I began sending him my work. At first, only a few pen pals responded to my then feeble marketing efforts, but their support helped me with commissary expenses, so she is getting this money. I often felt hungry in jail, and my family could do little to financially support me, an adult who should have been feeding herself. When my art began to gain wider public recognition, that's a stretch, Jodi. eBay burned. They burned it. eBay banned it on the grounds that I was a felon. Despite plenty of felons running successful stores on that platform and random opportunists using it to exploit me by making a buck on a postcard I may or may not have written, I was prohibited from earning an income there with skills I had worked all my life to develop. So I started my own online store, an art gallery right here at artbyjodiarias.com, which you're already at, so I don't know why I put it in there. This is a space where I can share my art with you and where you can acquire some of it for yourself or just peruse and read my blog. Oh my gosh. Okay. I really wish I would have uploaded some sad music. I came to Perryville after 6.5 years in county, despite having wasted much of that time ideating my own demise. Some people think suicide is a coward's way out, and maybe in some ways it is. But I know it takes balls to kill yourself because I was never able to work up the courage to do it. This has it's like waves. And I'm glad I copped out that way. I'm glad I lost my nerve and waited just one more day every day. Today, I am light years from that destructive mentality. With distance comes perspective, and the horrors I have overcome have deepened my appreciation for a life I once contemplated throwing away. Now I want to be present for every moment, read great books, and spend time with people who love me in spite of my pervasive flaws, annoying idiosyncrasies, and innumerable mistakes. Hold on. Say it a little louder for the people in the back. In spite of my pervasive flaws, annoying idiosyncrasies, and innumerable mistakes. That might be the first honest thing you've said, Mrs. Arias. Miss Arias. And I want to create art. This latter inclination, compulsion really, has been the common creative thread throughout my entire life. Every morning I wake with gratitude and the intent to be mindful, to savor the freeze-dried coffee in my plastic cup, and to make art. Because, like, when I'm making art, it feels like my soul is saying, yes, this is not in English or any verbal language, but more an internal symphony that I want to keep playing on repeat. Of course, a lot of mornings do not unfold with this kind of inspired momentum, but having these goals enables me to course correct. And I know creating art is the course on which I should be. It always has been. Had to get that last bit in there. Because of course I did. Of course I did. I don't know if she's kind of confessing or not. But,
You can't change what happened. You can't go back and undo it. It's a done deal. But hopefully you're smart enough to realize that you can have a little bit of control of how you're portrayed. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant to hurt him. I think that you really cared about him and that you loved him. And that's why there was so much emotion in that day. I'm not sure of the circumstances, the conversations that led up to it. I can only see the result. I think that things got a little heated. You were angry or upset or disappointed, betrayed, whatever the emotion was, and things got out of control.
We both have betrayed each other, but it was so long ago, the last time we even talked about marriage on a serious level was when we were still dating.
Cut my hair, it's a little harder.
And the last time he proposed to me once, he proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't always serious. He just kind of said it marry me, you know,
Yeah.
as a joke.
988.
And how did that make you feel when he said marry me as a joke? I mean, did you want it?
No, and not after we had broken up. It was kind of like laughs. Like, it's really kind that he would joke like that. We would laugh, you know, and I took it as a compliment because it's when I did something that maybe in his eyes he saw me as a good person. And so he'd be like, wow, this is a good girl, marry me. But it was more of a compliment. It wasn't a serious proposal. You know, so marriage, I just, as much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, you know, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, you know, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You know, you tell me. You tell them.
Reminder.
You tell, you know, Travis's family. What was it that, you know, pushed you to your limit? I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, you know, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. You know, what was it that would make you, you know, so angry or upset? And if you're smart, you'll realize that, you know, you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this, probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then.
Put the captions over her face.
You won't have control over your destiny, so to speak. You know, what about your spirituality and your beliefs with God? You know, if you continue to lie to yourself and all of us, that's one thing, but God knows. He knows what's in your heart. Doesn't the Mormon religion want you to repent for what you've done? You know, I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, you know, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm not going to sit here all day, you know, and try to convince you to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself. But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning. It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind that you are the person responsible for Travis's death. It's just a matter of how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you a victim of circumstance?
She got to pull that
Was
one.
it in the heat of passion?
She'll use that
or was it
for sure.
Calculated and planned out and executed? Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now.
And that's why they sent her in there. Huh. That's also very true. Very long questions, confuse, and let the silence get uncomfortable.
They can sit there during a trial and see Travis
Jodi doesn't like silence.
over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing you up.
I don't think I could either.
You have an opportunity. You can't bring him back. You can't bring his life back. But you can at least make things right within yourself. And that ultimately is going to probably help out your situation. Nobody wants to believe, even, your friends, I'm sure. I haven't talked to any of your friends, but I know that your family doesn't want to believe that you're that person. Help them understand what happened and why, so that they're not stuck with that image of you.
The only image they're going to be stuck with is Jodi in a big orange suit.
There it is. They only care about what I look like.
Does Jodi have a heart, or is it cold and ice?
That's not what she cares about.
My heart is like, they raised me. They've lived around me forever.
How about the rest of the people that just know you?
Oh, you wake up
as
your
far
mom
as
too
an
early.
age, that doesn't know you personally?
So she gave you crayons and
Do you
said,
care about that?
go.
I care.
How about Travis's family?
I care very much about Travis's
In the words of
family,
Stewie,
and
go
hate me for
away, Jodi.
It's true that their feelings are probably always going to be negative about you. You took their son's life. They can never get over
I
that.
want to take Travis's life.
It's clear to everybody what happened. But I was hoping that you were smart enough to realize the situation, the reality of the situation, and wanted to help yourself out. Whether you want to maintain the charade, which isn't going to get you anywhere, or whether you want to do the right thing.
Me too. I haven't seen any of it. I like watching for the first time.
You're the one that's got to live with yourself, You're the one that's got to look those people in the eye.
I have one more question. It's not that I haven't been listening to what you're saying. It's unrelated. But when I took my purse, I had $240 in cash.
Oh
And,
my
From
gosh.
what I understand, this thing over in the jail, you can have money on your books so that you can get things like shampoo or whatever.
That the opening statement.
What I would even need there. But what happens to my cash?
Well, first of all, they count it all out and document it, so there's no question of, what was there. I don't know what the procedure
I know
is.
it's not really, maybe it's not your area or your responsibility, but who do I talk to about that? Because my parents don't have money to just keep doling out and making, collect calls there all the time or whatever, so.
Well, I can certainly talk with the detectives and put in a request for you, and I'll do that. I don't go back on my words. And I don't know how much longer, you want to sit here and listen to me talking, but I was hoping to kind of drill something into your head and wake you up and show you how you can
Good
help
luck.
yourself.
She prefers to stay quiet.
Maybe you're giving me more credit than I deserve for being smart.
I don't think so.
I just don't see how any of that could help.
What if it could? Wouldn't you want to do everything you could to help yourself?
I don't. I think that my situation is hopeless, and I don't think that I can help myself.
It's sorry to me.
I'm just sorry.
Are you sorry for what happened to him?
Of course I am. That's awful what happened to him. He
Did you ever
didn't show
think-
me any pictures, but he showed me the carpet.
It was pretty horrific.
Travis was very strong. I
Mommy,
watched him work out
Mama,
a couple of
Mommy,
times. It's
Mama.
super intense. My
Yeah.
dad has worked out all my life. He's been bodybuilder, sort of, not professional. It's just always been really big. And I've seen him work out, but I've never seen anyone work out like Travis. And he's just, a couple of times he was really into UFC, and a couple of times he would show me some wrestling moves, and I was just powerless. There's no way out of it.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes. I see you still got some water. I was going to give you some more water.
Yeah, maybe bring one more. That'd be nice.
take a minute just to think about what I said, and I'll leave you alone while I do that.
I give her like a minute before she starts touching the recorder. Oh, or hiding under the table. She could do that too. Speed up a little bit. Oh, she's still looking for her dignity. In the trash can. yeah. Table trumps chair. Or sorry, table trumps hair. She did call out her dad. I think that's right. Yeah. She did call out her dad. I'm going to have to look back into that again because I'm pretty sure that's what took him out. Oh, we've got some tears here. I got caught. Sorry. Just want to make sure we all stay sane. Ish.
Jodi, I'm really confused. Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you. You know, all of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but.
I'm just
You're talking about just
people I care.
You're talking about everything but
you. Talking about you.
How bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered
specifically
Travis,
about
I would
Travis.
be very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, you know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, I'm just really confused. At this point, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. What do you think should happen to the person that murdered Travis?
Who what?
I've never been one for an eye for an eye, but they took his life. And even the Book of Mormon says that.
I don't know it.
That calls for the life of the person that took his life.
Does it?
Do you think that's the path that you're going down right now, and it's inevitable? So why fight it?
Not sure, kind of, but I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm going.
So tell me this. After looking at all the evidence and what I think is crystal clear, if you didn't kill Travis, then who did?
He was private about a lot of aspects of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He told me some things. Some
That's
things
harsh.
I got from some of his, Facebook
Oh.
account.
Oh, hi.
email account, or MySpace, or whatever.
What are you doing here?
I have
I have an
passwords.
announcement.
But
Oh, hold on. Wait a second. You might need to pull your mic closer.
Oh.
Or switch your microphone You might be on the wrong mic. I'm hearing. Oh, you know what? You know why I'm hearing it? Hold on. Wait a second. I know why. Okay, now say something.
Something.
Yep, that was better. I found an application that brings the audio through the app and then into StreamYard, and then it increases volume and stuff. So, okay, you have an announcement. So I need to know about this announcement. I'm concerned. Or you sent it to me and I just didn't see it.
So
You did. Okay.
I just sent you a thing. I'm wrapped up like a burrito. Like
You are wrapped up like a burrito.
like a devil taco laying in bed. And I reached out to Mark Shiner and told him what a fantastic job he did and asked him to come on. And he said he would be honored to be a guest
Shut
on
the front
13th
door.
Juror.
What? Okay, well, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. First here. Here first. Here. Oh, man. Good news. Do we have any kind of... Well, you just talked to him, so...
Yeah.
Well, he's up late.
He told me to call him. I told him that I was like, I streamed your trial, and I said, at the end of each day, like all of our views have been because people are coming and going all day. So all of our views have been ranging about 11,000 to 14,000. Yep. And I was like, and this is 11,000 to 14,000 people who have been, like cheering you on and, as you're fighting for his life. And I said, his closing was one of the best ones I've ever seen done, period. And I said, I would love, if you ever have time to come on. He said, I would be honored. He said, give me a call.
I'm so excited. We should bring him on to... No, we'll do a legit interview, but it would be fun to be on WTF with him.
Yes.
We'll go through all of our WTF moments from that trial.
Oh, I'm so excited. So I jumped out of bed. I'm in bed, crashing out, watching like trashy reality TV so that my mind can go numb. And then that happened. I was like, what?
Hey, Mr. Shiner, if you're in the chat, please scratch your nose. Yep. So that's awesome.
Gosh. I know.
Oh, here. Can you tell the fellow blondies what brand those eyebrows were?
Let's see what she sent me. Dramatic Hollywood. Oh, wait, no, that's the kind they are, I guess. The brand is blissandbeyondusa.com. And it came in I think it came in an Amazon package, so I think she got them from Amazon. If you're in here, you can correct me. But
oh no, she went to bed.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than the 2-seater that I had going on this morning, other than that, it worked pretty good. So.
Yeah, she did. She had to tell us straight away and not wait for tomorrow.
I could not
and she wrapped herself in the burrito blanket.
I could not wait. Oh, I was so excited. So, yeah. Okay. All right. I'll let y'all. I know. I'm just going to get them on. I told JT when we were asking, we had asked, who was it? Gigi to come on. And this is what we're still growing and we're still really, well, we've gotten a lot bigger now since then, but when we're still growing, I was like, whatever, what's the worst they can say? No, so I was like, I'm just going to shoot my shot every time. So now every time I see one, I'm like, hey, I'm working. I am going to work on that. Actually, I'm going to talk to the family member who I've been talking to, because she thanked me for all of our constant support. So I'm gonna try my best to do that. I know everybody's gonna be wanting to interview him, so it might be a while, but I'm gonna try my best to do that. But I was so excited that he said it would be an honor to come on. I'm like, okay, Mark Shiner, I see you. All right, come on, Cliff. We love you. So we're so excited.
We do. I just from a strictly public speaking, I absolutely enjoy him a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The only thing I didn't enjoy from him was the cross-examination of CSI, which is to be expected because God, I was bored out of my mind. But other than that, it was great. So all right. I'm going back to bed. Y'all can continue on, and I will see y'all tomorrow.
What time? Do you know what time?
What time tomorrow?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I was looking up because I think the trial that we've kind of decided on that we're going to be doing is still going to be in jury selection tomorrow. So I don't think they're going to be live that I know of. So it'll probably be, I'll probably do about 10 or 11. That'll give me time. Oh my God, that's crazy. Jennifer Pruitt, that's crazy, isn't it? Wow. It's been just over a month. It's crazy. Oh my God, I love y'all so much. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's.
We could do something to that. We could do a partial Q&A for sure. Wait, for what? For Brandi? Yeah, sure. An Ask Brandi episode.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, for tomorrow? Yeah. I thought you meant for Mark. I was like, yes, I want to pick his brain. Yeah, we can. We might do some court hopping tomorrow too, because I was pulling some trying to pull some of the Florida dockets tomorrow to see what they got going on. So we might do some court hopping. It's not going to be a full day tomorrow because I would like to go. First of all, I have about 7 business days worth of laundry I'm going to have to do. It's going to take me that. I probably have just about. It's embarrassing to even show you how much laundry I have. So I need to do that. I want to go to the beach. I want to do some things. So it'll probably be a short day tomorrow, not like a full 8-9 hour day.
Do you want to do like 10-9 Central or 11-10 Central?
11-10 Central sounds so amazing.
Then that's what we'll do.
That would
11-10 Central.
Yeah, that would give me a little bit of time to just sleep in and rest and have like a mental health moment. Because this next trial is going to start, and it's going to also be, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess.
There's a lot of themes. Again, a lot of overarching themes in this one too.
Yes. So, all right, y'all. I love you so much, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, she does all this stuff. She does all this cool stuff, and I don't know about it. She does not tell her stream husband what's going on. Good grief. And also, good grief. Golden Misfit, thank you so much. We really appreciate that a lot. Thank you for the super sticker. Holy cow. But I'm really psyched. I'm really psyched about it. What's the trial about? The next one, she'll probably announce it tomorrow. She's going to go through some docs just to make sure. Is it a secret? No, it's not necessarily a secret. Thanks again, Gold Misfit. That is awesome. Thank you. It's got a lot of twists and turns and some interesting defense strategies and things. So, but it's supposed to start on Monday, so we'll see what happens. I told Brandi, what did I say? And we'll get back to the last. We'll make this the last part of the interrogation that we watched tonight. But I told, what did I say to Brandi? I said, oh, good grief. Of course, now I can't find. Oh, I said, I mean, who doesn't enjoy a half gay straight stream husband who states and time zones away? It's like the best, right? I think. I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it. We're gonna finish this one out and then call it a night.
I don't know. Like, occasionally he would get solicitations, but he would always respond, not to answer the solicitation, but to kind of call the person out. And I don't know if
that makes it so much better.
I don't know. I know his tires were slashed. I don't know.
Maybe you weren't the person that did it. Maybe you just were physically there when it happened and somebody else did it. I mean, I guess, that's a possibility. If that's the case, help us out here. Help
Good
yourself
night.
out. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jodi. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point. If you didn't do it, then
Virginia.
who did? Because everything is pointing to you, not just pointing to you, but, screaming that Jodi killed Travis. And I thought that I could come in here and talk to you and talk some, sense into you and get you to, kind of help yourself out. You don't need to help our case out. You don't need to help their case out. That's a slam dunk.
I know he showed me.
Not
And
shot
I'm
me,
hearing
showed
somebody
me.
who doesn't give a rep about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so
No,
much
you
about
listen. You are not grasping
Ooh.
the reality here, Jodi.
Oh.
You're worried about wedding pictures and, all this other stuff that is really insignificant.
Listen, my life is over. Travis's life is over. I'm sorry about Travis. I didn't take his life.
All right, well, I guess I was wrong.
The reason I cared about those other things is because those people still have lives, and I care about those people. And they don't know where their stuff is, I happen to be in possession of their stuff. And so
All I know is all of the innocent people that I've talked to that have been accused of a crime don't act the way that you do. And you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer, one of the options that I portrayed. That is how you're acting. There is nothing in your actions that would indicate to me that you're the victim of circumstance. And you're going to be sorry, when you get down the road, and
I agree.
you'll probably be sorry that you didn't do the right thing. You have an opportunity to do something right here. I don't know what to tell you.
Everybody send good vibes, good thoughts, and prayers if you got them to 80s Music Man in Columbus.
Show me that I wasn't wrong, Jodi. Show me what's inside your heart and not what's on the exterior. Help me understand why it happened and that it wasn't cold and calculated and planned. Because that's how everything points right now. You owe that at least to Travis's family. Give them some closure. Because I know, just from working with all these families that have lost loved ones, that they're not struggling with who did it, they're struggling with why.
That's what I've been struggling with.
Do you not understand why you did it yourself, maybe? Is it something that, is it a part of you that came forth that you've never seen before? I don't know. I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken. You can't give them their son back, but you can at least give them the peace of mind as to why.
I know something you don't know.
I know if it was my child, that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them. And I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. And that's why you're hanging your head right now.
It's all Brandi.
Was I off base, Jodi?
I just want to be in the chat with him. I want to be in the room where it happened, room where it happened, room where it happened.
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose one of my brothers. Wouldn't you want to know why you lost one of your brothers? Yeah. I've never met them. I can't speak for them, but I would bet, my paycheck, that's
Okay.
what they're wondering right now. And you can at least show that you have a soul, that you have a heart, that you understand that need in them, and do something for somebody else besides yourself.
I will break something.
That's the least that you can do for them right now, is give them
Either
the
on
answer.
me or in this
Tell them
room.
why.
I will break something.
That's how you can control something that's happening in your life right now. Because you have all the power there. It's a gift that you can give that family. Tell them why. Use me as the voice to tell them why.
Hello. The storm.
Did one thing lead to another and it just got out of hand? And it's unexplainable even in your mind? Or did you have it all planned out?
Yeah, she's a lot less comfortable with silence.
Was he roughing you up and you just couldn't take it anymore? Was he being violent on his part?
She's giving her. See, he's giving her out. She's giving her outs, and I don't know why.
And people just find bruises and stuff. And people were like, "Oh, is Travis beating you up?" And we're like, "Ha ha ha." And they got mad because I wore short sleeve shirt.
Good night, 80s music, man.
Like 100 degrees outside. So, this isn't the perfect picture of a relationship that you've mentioned. No, I've never once denied that we had our challenges. That he's said several choice words to me that were nice, and but he's not the only person that's ever done that.
What?
My own father has done that. Other women and men have done that to me, and other boyfriends. Yeah. But you didn't kill them. You didn't get pushed to the point where you couldn't take it anymore. That's what we're trying to understand. That's why.
You know what I want to sing at the end of that.
Either way, those detectives in Arizona have their case made. But the least you can do for that family is give them an answer.
Oh.
I'm not saying portray Travis as this ugly, horrible person because, I don't know if that's the right thing to do either. But at least let them know that it was a two-way street and it wasn't all your fault. Or, like I said, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was. Maybe
Send in the hot cops.
And, carry it out.
All right, we got an option here. The next one is 31 and a half minutes long. And no, I still don't have poll access because YouTube's weird. Would you like to do one more? In fact, number 8. I don't think that's the last one, is it? No. There's 18. So there's more. There's so much more. My question is, do you want to do one more? Or do you want to call it a night? Do it. Do one more. Yes. One more, please. It's late for you. It's late for me, but not really. If I'm in bed by 1, that's fine. One more. Yes. Okay. We can do that. I'm fine. I wouldn't have offered it if I wasn't comfortable doing it. I promise. All right. I appreciate you guys being willing to do that. You do you. That's what sometimes I tell Brandi. I'm like, you do you, boo-boo. All right. Let's go to right there. do 1.25. They have so much more patience than I ever have had.
I'm very sorry. We were Travis. I've never lost anyone that's so close to me.
If they asked you why it happened, what would you say to them?
I don't have an answer. I don't know why it was killed.
Right?
I don't know why.
All right. Maybe you can't understand why, what led up to it. What would you say to them?
Every time they say why now.
If you're struggling with the why within yourself, then what led up to it?
Tell me why ain't nothing but some ninjas. Tell me why two short guys from the murder trial. Tell me why.
How could you explain to his mom and dad what led up to it that would help them understand?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying that to me or are you saying that to his family?
Yep, throwback trial. It's Jodi Arias. This interrogation was probably, I think, 2008. The trial took place in 2013. We're going through the interrogation, and then we're going to go back to the trial.
And if you truly are sorry, Jodi, clear your conscience and give them an understanding of what led up to it.
I know.
Don't paint yourself as the cold-blooded person that they'll be left with unless you give them an understanding.
I don't know. I don't.
I don't want to believe that I was wrong about you.
For 18 days, she did. Yep. Thank you. But also, don't go.
Sure. I'll be right back.
This woman is so patient. Oh, that was fun in the ears, huh? Bet you wish it was quieter now.
I can see that your tears are real. That obviously is nothing that you can fake.
Yeah, but what are they for?
You know, Travis told me that my tears mean nothing. He said that one time when we were fighting.
He's not wrong.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I knew they were real. So that's all that mattered. It just made me. I
I don't know. It was weird because sometimes he just seemed to have
Well, it wasn't
no
Murdoch.
emotional
It's not.
understanding of depth. You know, sometimes he could move himself to cry like that if he wanted to, if he was on stage and maybe help the speech or whatever. But those were things that he felt deeply about, you know. So we're all different. We all express our emotions differently, and I realized that. Did you know how to push your buttons? We know how to push each other's buttons. I can make him mad in 5 seconds. You know, it's not my favorite pastime or anything, but I just knew how to do that, and he knew how to make me cry in 5 seconds. So I think his emotional expression was anger, and mine was just sadness. Yes. Is that what happened? Did he push your buttons or you push his buttons? Is that what triggered this whole thing? No, because looking at the pictures, it looked like that, you know, you guys were engaged in some sort of intimate moment between the two of you. It didn't look like it was all going bad.
That's one way to put it.
You know, something happened real quick. And that's the understanding that I was talking about that you could give to the family. Maybe you don't know why, and I understand, you know, that's a pretty deep philosophical thing that you'll be, you know, struggling with within yourself. I'm guessing. But you know the factual things that led up to it. And then, you know, people can draw their own conclusions from there. But sitting there silent and not saying anything makes you look like a horrible person. I mean, obviously, you've had other relationships with, you know, ups and downs that never drove you to that point. It was far worse than Travis. So what was it? What was it with Travis that set you off to such a degree?
Depends on, you know, how long they run. It was terrible.
I understand that you're a very private person. Everybody has said that, and that's glaringly apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now. So there's really nothing to hide from anymore. You know what I mean? Is it as private as Travis?
Yeah, it's
Are you worried about his reputation?
a few more than that.
Is that what you're trying to protect here? Yeah, I mean,
You
to a
too.
certain extent,
But
I would rather I didn't know that he was that we were both violating certain chastity laws continually. It's a very big deal in the church. Yeah.
well, we're about 8
I know that his
videos
bishop
into
teaches
an
everything
18 video interrogation, but this is the second day of interrogation. And we're about 6 or 7 days into the trial, I believe. So we'll go back to that.
I don't want his family to, I don't know, I don't think all of his family share his faith, or if they do, they're not as involved deeply as he was. So I don't know how they would feel. I'm sure they don't care. They just want to know why. Can't imagine what they're going through. I mean, at least on some level you can understand what's going on in their head. You know, the why. The why is what we've been talking about. Was this a situation where you guys were involved in an intimate exchange and things got too rough? Is that why the secrecy and privacy with me today? Then what's keeping you from unloading your burden? Is it your own pride? Do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's grief? You know, what if they don't have a faith base like Travis did? And what if they don't have a spirituality to fall back on to help them through this process? You know, some people can deal with it better when they have their own spiritual roots that they can dig down and hold on to. What if they don't have that? You know, what if they're in more turmoil than somebody who did have a faith base? Wouldn't you want to help them out? I mean, you tell me that you're sorry.
If I could, I would help every party.
Well, you know that you can't bring him back. But you can help them understand.
Night Court has been
What you
going.
say, it's not gonna change their love for their son. It's not gonna make them dislike their son, no matter what happened.
We didn't start right off the bat with Night Court. That was an addition.
But at least they'll have closure.
Oh, that's fun. Where is it?
At least they'll have closure.
Like 2 weeks ago. We started Night Court like 2 weeks ago. And 13th Juror did indeed start
If you're not going to do it for yourself, at least do it
about
for
a
them.
month ago. Yep.
If you've already resigned to the fact that your situation is hopeless.
Just a
why
little
wouldn't
bit
you
over. I
do
think
that
like a
for
month
them?
and a quarter. The channel's been a little longer than that.
That's a good question. Hey, Kevin.
We did do that. Yep. Thori Vallow did start kind of Night Court, which then kind of moved to day, and then I moved. Yeah, so
Hey, sister.
oh, she's got to pee.
Sure.
She's got to pee. Yeah, that's
Understand that I
probably
have to be
about
there
right.
with you? Okay.
Oh my gosh, I wish she'd cuff her again.
Go this way. Go down into the right.
Cuff her again. In my own little corner, in my own little chair. Yerp.
So before we took a break,
I know
posed the question to you.
day court's going to
That was a
stay
good
pretty
If
busy.
your situation, if you see your situation is so hopeless, why wouldn't you at least
Night court would be
give
fun to get a little
family some
busier,
closure
but
and some peace of
I think
mind
it'll
as to what
stay,
happened? Or
you
why?
know, reasonable.
Strongly evaluating.
You humor a
If you
theater kid.
have any feelings, emotions within you, if you have any goodness in your heart, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. And because if you don't, and you don't give them the information that they seek for the closure, that makes you a very selfish person.
It's like a kid playing hide and seek. If I can't see you, you can't see me.
How have you been selfish?
Nope. She's admitted to being a narcissist just by her questions and worries being all about her. That's about it.
Always so sad. He gave me everything that I needed. I needed money and he had it. It was mine. I needed food. I needed to borrow his car. I needed to use the internet because mine was down. Anything. I needed to. I wanted to borrow any books. He had a cool library or audio books. One time he helped me with my prepaid legal business, and he doesn't benefit monetarily in the least from it. And I would help him too with that each month. You have to qualify for his position. It's a monthly qualification. Sometimes I would just help him with computer stuff. I think I'm selfish.
You think? You think you're selfish.
And one time we just met in Ehrenberg when I lived in Southern California. So we could just rent a hotel room and make out the whole weekend. And whatever. But we drove to go see a movie, and there was this boy
Right?
standing with a sign. We pulled over at his BMW and passed out his window and said, "Are you hungry?" And she said, "Yeah." So we turned around and went to the Wendy's right next to the hotel. And he got her this triple decker and Vinny fries or whatever it's called, and the biggest drink that they had, and gave it to her. He always did stuff like that. We pulled into this gas station once in Churchwell, but it's all just not.
She should have led with this
Nothing against that
on
tribe.
the
They've
first
got a very
day.
rich culture, but most Navajos
Just
and Indians,
saying.
they are really overweight, but they have their animals are starving. And where do you go? They got ribs sticking out. It used to make us both so bad. Travis bought. We ended up splitting it, but Travis bought 7 cheeseburgers for 300 hungry dogs, and one with the mother puppies, and they just wolfed them down, and we felt better, but we just felt like we couldn't do enough. Where did things go wrong, Jodi? I don't know.
I hope it is.
This is your chance to make at least something right. Even if it's on a small scale, it's a big deal to his folks. Do they already know I'm in custody? I'm sure they do. Should they better know that much?
Again, back to her. Do they know I'm in custody? Me.
Custody doesn't give them any closure. Is this something that you planned from day one?
Oh,
Is it something that you wish you could take back?
she didn't say. She didn't say I didn't.
Change it.
Oh my God. Why wouldn't you just say no? I didn't do it.
What
There's
would you
nothing
do
to wish
if you
I
were on the
took.
clock? I would have done everything I could to prevent it.
I'm so pissed at how inept she is in this. I'm not surprised, just pissed. She's definitely got, chains on her legs, so I'm guessing it's
If your
heavier.
fate is inevitable in your mind,
Hi, baby.
why wouldn't you give the family closure?
We've heard she has a 6-pack.
I don't know.
Tell me that is not true.
I can give them what they want. I don't know. Wouldn't you at least want to try and let them make that decision?
You know what I should do? I should send her a letter. Since I have a P.O. box now. Ooh.
If it were my son, I would want all of the information I could so that I could
You
make
know
some sense
what's
of it.
interesting about this? I'm actually about to do on Sunday. A video is going to drop initially for members and then for everybody else. Obviously, we don't like to put things behind a paywall full time or the whole time, but about false confessions and the Norfolk 4 is the case.
Is this something that is so
and so that'll drop on
mind that you don't even want to
Sunday,
think
ideally.
capable of such a thing?
And I talk about the read technique. So
That's the person that I was talking about, the person that is scared and remorseful.
I would definitely build up rapport first and then have that work.
So I don't think I was wrong, Jodi.
Oh, that's not an official exclusive. I haven't decided that yet. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Brewcrime would kill me if I did. But we'll see.
Isn't your opportunity to make right on some of your selfishness?
Where will what be?
And let the family
the video?
how they're gonna deal with
Sunday?
that
It's going to
information
be here on
and how
this
they're gonna
channel.
use it.
Yeah. For sure. My goal is to try and do, when we don't do WTF, I drop a video, like a one-off case for you all. I have a ton from podcasting, so why not?
And why should they have any more suffering than they've already had?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not a good function. Maybe for her, but not in general. The UK has the peace method, and I'll talk about that too.
In your religion, and forgive me for my ignorance about it, it's mostly just a Christian peace religion. Do they believe that the truth shall set you free?
I think, yeah, because it has to do with repentance.
Mm-hmm. And if it's just a Christian base theology, then I would say they would.
I think it even says that in the Doctrine and Covenants, which is another part of our scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember if I just read that.
Jodi or the detective?
Have you been giving much thought to that?
Thank you. Just bump back.
24 hours. I'm really thinking about a lot.
Thanks, Ashley.
You are the only person that has the information that the family seeks. They don't seek, crime scene information. They will already have that. They seek something that is on a much deeper level. It's an emotional level, and you are the only person that can help them
Mostly
with
the
that.
subtitles help. Okay. Well. Wowzers. What a night. I know the second day of interrogation, there's not much that comes out. I mean, other than her narcissism, but wow. Whew, holy cow. Well, today has been a day. We got the not guilty. We got the announcement about Mark Shiner and him coming on. As soon as we have a date, we'll let everybody know. I apparently, that was 30 minutes on 1.25. We have, so we have my possible sending messages to that human being. We had the headstand that did indeed happen, the headstand. And so y'all, I appreciate you sticking it out with me. Thank you so much. And there is just, Brandi and I are just so grateful. We'll keep saying it. We're never going to get tired of saying it. Hopefully you don't get tired of hearing it, because we really appreciate everything you all do for us, both viewing and watching and hitting that like button and sharing. And the best thing to do is hit that like button and share. Of course, we appreciate everything else, but that definitely helps. The volume boosting app. The volume boosting app is called FX Sound. And hold on, I'll drop the link again in the chat here. There it is. And then I'm also going to turn it off. Okay. So I'll be using that from here on out for some things, I think. All right. Well, everybody. Yes, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. So much. And we'll see you tomorrow. I think, if I remember correctly, Brandi said 11:10 Central. And so we will definitely be back tomorrow for a lot of fun stuff. And a shorter day, but fun stuff anyways. And then obviously Night Court will be back on Friday at 8:45. And then Sunday, I will drop a video as the first video in a series called Sidebar for our members initially, and then everybody after that. All right. So now I probably just, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You all have a good night. Thanks for showing up for jury duty. We talk about a lot of hard things here, but we have a good time sometimes doing it, I think, especially with Miss Jodi Arias. And, always look for the helpers, as Mr. Rogers said. Be a helper. And, take care of yourself and your friends and family. And, oh, hey, don't forget to smile. Bye, everybody. Court is dismissed. See, I used it.